Okay. Oh, that's better. Ooh, yeah, right. Good. Thank you. Thanks very much. Well, good morning. I hope you enjoyed last night. Congratulations to the awards winners. You may have heard that there's a metro strike today. You may not have heard that there's a metro strike today. Apparently the trains are running, but if you have transport needs and you need to order a taxi and you're not getting the help that you want, then Francesca will try and help you during the break. But the concierge service should be pretty good at alerting and finding solutions, because that's what they do. So do take care in allowing extra time to get to your planes or next destinations, just in case. So for those who are just coming in, there's a metro strike today, so be careful about your travel plans. So we've got 3 sessions this morning. The first on innovation in crops. And we open with a green energy expert involved in numerous commercial projects, including over £150 million of capital work. He's now Chief Executive Officer of Fisher Farms, building a 25,000 square metre second production site. He believes that there are promising prospects for rice and soy and wheat. So let's hear now from Tristan Fisher. Tristan.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining today on the 3rd day of the Vertical Farm World Congress. I hope you had a good evening last night and not too many sore heads. I am going to be talking a little about where I think vertical farming needs to go as an industry. My background is potentially different from many of you. My background is in infrastructure, large infrastructure projects, predominantly in the clean energy space. So I've been involved in building, financing, the rollout of hundreds of millions of pounds worth of renewable energy systems. I've been involved in wind energy, solar energy, biomass energy, biofuels, carbon capture, smart grid, most of the types of activities which you'd see in the renewable energy sector itself. Now, the reason why I mention this is because the renewable energy sector started off small and is now a very dominant player in the energy mix. And if you look at Europe, for example, there are very, very few conventional energy systems which are being built. Nearly all of the new installed capacity for energy is either wind energy or solar energy. And we've seen this incredible shift in terms of the price that renewable energy systems have been able to achieve over the last 20 years or so. A number of years ago, about 10 years ago, I was involved in a project with Bernard Matthews. And Bernard Matthews, for those who don't know, is one of the UK's largest chicken and turkey producers. And we're involved in a project installing biomass heating systems into 248 turkey houses. And that was a very, very interesting project for me because it got me interested for the very first time in the meeting of the renewable energy sector and the food sector, and specifically controlled agriculture. And that got me interested in what else could I do, and I got involved and became a director of a company looking at onshore salmon and onshore prawn production, and also set up Fisher Farms, which is a vertical farm business, in late 2016. Now, the reason why I thought food was important is because climate change, which is something which is now very, very topical, is now something which is very, very clearly actually happening. You know, for many, many years, there was this expectation that climate change was something which was happening in the far future. Nobody needed to really worry about it. But as time has gone by, it's very clear that climate change is a real problem. And if you mix climate change with various things that are happening about population growth, and what is happening with the supply side of actual food, you can see that there's a real issue taking place. So in terms of a bit of context, my father was born in 1930, and there were 2 billion people when he was born. There are now 7.97 billion people, so nearly going from 2 billion to 8 billion in a lifetime. But if you actually look at the middle class population around the world, that actually becomes much more interesting, because in the year 2000, there were 1 billion middle class people, and in the year 2020, there were 4 billion middle class people. Now, that is a fantastic human achievement, to be able to raise so many billions of people out of poverty and moving into the middle class is something which we should all be proud of. But there's also a demand-side issue associated with that, because that middle-class population wants everything which you guys have been enjoying over the last few days. They want the salads, they want the strawberries, they want the salmon, they want the beef, they want to be able to travel and go to different hotels in different parts of the world. So you're seeing, on the one hand, a very, very steep increase in terms of the demand of food. At the second time, we're actually seeing problems with the world's ability to actually supply that food. So if you look at two critical things which you need for food, one is water, one is land. If you look at on the water problem, 25% of the world's food production today comes from water which is from underground aquifers. And most scientists believe that in about 25 years' time, most of that water will be gone. So 25% of the world's food comes from land with water, which will have no water in 25 years' time. That is a major problem. If you also look at water in general, about 40% of the world's food supply comes from water restricted areas. These are areas where rivers don't reach the sea anymore because the land has been irrigated, and also where you have rivers and lakes which have also been dried out. So water is a major problem. The second major problem you have is land itself. So more and more land is being brought into production, but a lot of that land is actually worse quality land than the land which actually previously replaced it. And in places like China, where you have once upon a time villages of a few thousand people in very good agricultural areas, those cities have expanded, those towns have expanded from several thousand people to several millions of people, and they're actually covering over some of the best farmland with roads and hospitals and hotels and all the things which you expect to have in a large city. So you have two lines, one of demand, and another line going down the opposite direction is of the supply. And so in a world where you have significantly more demand, and you have a lot less supply, you have a problem. You have a fundamental problem about how people are going to eat, where they're going to eat, where they're actually going to get their food from. And if they can't get that food, they are either going to starve or they're going to have to move on massive scales in order to be able to get to those particular locations. So when I set up the business, when I set up Fisher Farms, I knew that what we should be trying to achieve as a company, what we should be trying to achieve as an industry, is actually to grow crops which people fundamentally need to eat and survive. So we divide our world into three phases. We have our phase one crops, which we think of as short leafy green things. These are salads and herbs. We have our phase two crops, which we think we will be able to be commercially viable with in a 3 to 4 year period of time. And these are our fruiters. These are tomatoes, strawberries, blueberries, raspberries. Our phase three crops are these ones which we see here. Rice and wheat, which represent over 50% of the world's calories intake, and soy and peas, which are fantastic meat substitutes because they are very, very high protein crops. And so our view is that over time, we need to be shifting away from the phase one crops into the phase two crops and into the phase three crops. It is going to take time to get to those crops. But we believe that if you look at what has happened in the renewable energy sector, you can see very clearly that it is actually possible for the costs which are currently high to go down. When I started, my first project in wind energy was 1996, Kenetec project in Tarifa in southern Spain. It was a terrible technology. But today, wind turbines are incredibly powerful machines generating enormous amounts of electricity without subsidies. And so this shift in technology is possible. And what we need to be thinking about as a group is how we actually develop our technology. We're always thinking about the next step, not just thinking about how we can grow some nice salads and how we can grow some nice strawberries, but how we actually can grow food which is fundamental to humanity. So at Fisher Farms, we started off life in a shipping container, like many of you have, 12 meters squared of surface area of growing. We then built Farm 1, which is near Lichfield in England, central England, which has 3,200 square meters of growing space. We are currently building Farm 2, and Farm 2 is a very large vertical farm, has 25,000 square meters of growing space, and that's near Norwich in England, and that will be completed in December this year. That project is expanding, and we will be actually building about 137,000 square meters of growing space on that site. So to wrap up, over time, we believe that what we should be doing is actually building insanely large vertical farms connected with insanely large solar farms in places like North Africa, where you have a large amount of sun, you have land which is unproductive, and the water consumption that vertical farms have compared to conventional farming is so low that they become very interesting areas, and so you can actually get to a situation where you can start to grow food in areas which you wouldn't normally grow, and in doing so, we can help feed the world without trashing the planet at the same time. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tristan. I mean, that's really big ambition, but it's also because of the big picture and very important. Well, our next speaker is a lawyer with a master's in management and another master's in finance. He's co-founder of Urban Harvest, where he kindly hosted a visit here in Brussels on Monday. His new strategy appears to be strawberry shelves forever. Alexander van Deurne. Alexander.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Alexander, co-founder of Urban Harvest, and I'm going to speak about strawberries, so the famous tier 2, what Tristan was speaking about. Some of you have visited us on Monday, and I was just taking the opportunity to, for the people that were not present, just to give let's say, a small highlight what we've been doing, how we've been doing it. So as, again, Tristan did, we started also in a small wooden box at the back of a supermarket, did everything ourselves, loved the story about Andreas, about the surprises, because we also got into big surprises in construction, also the muscle power that came along with that. But for us was important, well, because we came out of the corporate world, wanted to validate 3 things. First, well, can we get a crop out of our system? Secondly, can we sell that crop at a market competitive price? And then thirdly, well, do we like what we're doing? Because as you see our faces, we were just exhausted prisoners of our system. So it was rather intense what we've been doing there. Because what we did everything ourselves. So we didn't want to work with subcontractors. We lifted everything. We invented things to lift HVAC units on the ceiling. So it was quite a journey to go from, let's say, 12 square meters of growing surface up to more or less 1,000 square meters when we, in the end, succeeded and started up the production. So here, top view of what one of the first rooms looked like. But in the end, well, we succeeded to close some national contracts with national retailers, worked together with Deleuze, part of the Ahold group, worked with Aveve, it's a do-it-yourself shop in Belgium, same thing with Truffaut in France. So let's say we We got into a pretty nice operation. We're profitable during that period also to in full production. So, well, the thing is, well, I saw here many people, next thing is we're going to scale it up, want to push more volume into the market. What we were selling potted herbs. Some of you might probably know potted herbs are pretty dominated by the organic label in Europe. So if you don't have the organic label at a big scale, then it becomes rather difficult. So for us, yeah, rather difficult to get the organic label, at least in Europe, for our produce. So kind of the story stopped, let's say, at that stage. But instead of, let's say, giving up, we decided, well, no, let's try to repackage all the knowledge, the expertise that we had, and started focusing on different industries. Different industries meant, let's focus, going from production, we went into technology, 100% technology, and then to make it even more interesting, we moved into fruit-bearing crops, in our opinion, strawberries. We spoke a lot about data the past 2 days. At the bottom of the slide, you will see some data. And the good part is the Proof Center of Hoogstraten, which is the research center in Belgium, known for strawberries and tomatoes. It's world known. They were confirming that, well, in a greenhouse, on average, of course, there are always outliers that go above or below, will produce more or less 15 kilos per growing meter per year. Our tests, and we started only mid of last year, we're currently at 26 kilos strawberries per year per meter. So there we see the stability that a vertical farm can bring to more difficult crops, because let's say the leafy greens, if let's be honest, it's rather easy. Strawberries, it's a different ballgame. You have the first stage, the growing stage, the flowering stage, harvesting stage. So it's a way more complex problem to tackle, but the good part is with a vertical farm, you can control everything. So you can just make sure what does the crop need at every stage of its growing stage. And this, well, let's say, try to push that forward. If we then look at, well, what type of solutions do we offer? So we are masters of the technology. We repackage that into product categories. What are those two product categories? One for research, the other one for commercial production. You will definitely understand if you do research, it's totally different compared to commercial production. In research, full flexibility, making sure that you can add all types of sensors, lighting system, HVAC systems, name it. We can go as precise as you want. On the other hand, if you want to have commercial production, you want to make sure that your product is the highest quality possible, but also at the cheapest price, both on CapEx and OpEx. And that's a bit the things that we try to offer on that part. What's next? You see here a nice picture of a rooftop farm. It's in the west of Flanders. It's the rooftop farm where the research company Inagro, which is, let's say, #1 in research in Belgium, is doing research on multiple types of vegetables. And we will start the commissioning in 3 weeks. You will be able to visit it by, let's say, mid of December, if I don't put too much pressure on Olivier with finalizing everything. And then next to that, we're pushing our R&D efforts further. The person that's visited us, you saw 2 R&D facilities. We're expanding that with a third one, focusing 100% on efficiencies, because, let's say, growing stuff is one element, developing technology is important, but then, well, the current market situation also pushes us in the direction to become even more efficient with the resources that we put in the vertical farm. North America, many players are active there, and there we also see that it's a very interesting market to be in for, in our opinion, 2 big reasons. Electricity prices. We spoke with many people that have still electricity prices below 10 cents per kilowatt. So let's say for us that's kind of the dream, except you, Andreas, with even also very, very low electricity prices. But secondly, the big amount of food miles. So the US and Canada, well, are categorized by California, Florida, and Mexico that are really the growing areas. But all the rest, let's say, is pretty dependent on that. So there we see that there is a big fit for strawberry production, or in our opinion, for that North American markets. And then, well, we're a small team. We're not that known, so we try to keep and be the challenger. So that's also the reason why we decided to already start with sharing some data. There were a lot of wishes that were declared here the past days. We're going to do that, we will do that, we hope to do that. Here is, next slide are some elements. But first, maybe, we spoke also about benchmark and standardization. It's not the same. Everybody's a bit mingling those words. That's maybe my law degree that pushes me into that. Benchmarking is something different than standardization. I was hesitating to put the definitions on there, but let's try not to combine those two words and those two concepts. But what we'll do is, I'll share some data in the next slide, but next to that, by the end of this year, the research container that we're building, we will stream that data live. So you'll be able to register on our website, and you'll be able to see live data all the time. So you log in, you will see what's the electricity price, electricity that you're consuming, what are they consuming, what are we doing, what is the yield that's coming out of that. So at least you'll be able, and that's also, let's say, a big invitation to all of you. Let's have a talk. If you say, well, we can do it better, or why are you doing it in this or another way? That's a bit, let's say, a big reach out that we want to do to making sure that, let's say, the industry really goes forward instead of just wishing and hoping for the best. A good slide. That's, let's say, the operational cost structure for the strawberries that we've done in the last cycle. You saw there are still electricity prices at 15 cents per kilowatt. Unfortunately, it's going up. We're at this month will be at 40 already. So let's say the graph will be completely different. But there you already see a big part of what the problem is looking at, the LED consumption and the HVAC consumption. It's more or less 2/3 of, let's say, the full operational cost to grow strawberries. So that's the reason why if you have cheaper electricity, your LED cost will go down. If on top of that you're located in a colder region, we'll be able to bring that HVAC cost down. Why? Free cooling concepts. So using the outside air, not directly blowing it into the growing area, but we're able to play around with that with indirect, direct free cooling concepts. So again, we'll be able to bring that portion of electricity consumption down. But then, of course, there are many other costs that are, let's say, either fixed or variable in some way. Let's name labor. People are still focusing on automation. Here, labor, while in our business case, was only representing 10% of the cost. Of course, if you're living in areas where there is no labor, labor becomes super expensive. That chunk will become way more important, and then, let's say, the picking robot guys might become, again, interesting. But it's just a matter of doing the math. Is it worth going and investing in the picking robot with its efficiencies, but also with its limitations? Or do you still try to find low-skilled, unskilled labor that you can train to work and harvest in a vertical farm system? So that's just some graphs and some data, but let's say, I think, in my opinion, pretty interesting data to work with. So what I'm asking today is, well, if you're looking for strawberries, happy to help you with that. If you're developing technology that might be interesting to put in a vertical farm, happy to test it in our facilities. What we always do is if a supplier comes in and gives us the technology, we always share all the data related to the test that he was, where the technology was used for. And then, well, any type of support to push us in the growth, happy to talk about that as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks for that initiative. I mean, the idea of live streaming and data sharing in action is most appreciated. Thank you. Third speaker, I believe, is online, and I think this is a recording. Before vertical farming, he built the first and only USDA-certified organic farm in New York. He's now co-founder and chief executive of Smallhold, and he's aiming to make mushrooms mainstream in vertical farming. Let's listen to Andrew Carter.
Hi everybody, I'm Andrew Carter, co-founder and CEO of Smallhold. I'm truly sorry I can't be there today. I'm sure you're all having a great day. Thanks for listening to me talk about mushrooms for a little bit, but I'm really excited to tell you more about what we're doing at Smallhold and how mushrooms are definitely one of the next big things in produce. So Smallhold grows mushrooms. We have our own technology we developed in-house to grow them as close as possible to consumers. We believe that mushrooms, as well as any kind of food, really suffers from shipping long distances, and it makes it so consumers aren't getting what they want. They want fresh, they want local, they want nutritious, they want beautiful quality, and none of that really is possible without really bad packaging and really crazy supply chains if you're trying to ship from long distances. And so we've developed our own ways of growing to make sure that they're grown as close as possible to consumers in the United States. Mushroom industry in the US is very interesting. It's vast majority of it is based in Kennett Township, right outside of Philadelphia on the East Coast. And vast majority of that production is agaricus. And so white, brown, like cremini and portobello mushrooms, they're all the same type of mushroom, just grown at different stages. And these mushrooms lend themselves to shipping long distances. They're difficult to bruise. They can pack, you can pack them in styrofoam and plastic, ship them for thousands of miles, and they can look okay on the shelf. I think it's kind of ridiculous because fungi are a kingdom. It's like plants. Plants are a kingdom, and so there is so much diversity that's available to people that has different nutrition, different experience, different flavors that people have never experienced before because the industry at large really hasn't figured out how to grow it at scale. And that's absolutely what Smallhold is doing with our distributed farming network in the United States. So we've developed the standout brand in mushrooms. You can find us in over 500 doors now. We were in a handful of doors last year. We started in 2017 to develop some of the technology that was now implemented in all of our facilities, but always certified organic. All of our mushrooms are grown on waste streams from the timber industry. All of our waste goes to big compost and bioremediation projects. All of our mushrooms are packed in compostable, recyclable cardboard clamshells, which is way different than plastic. All of this has created a brand that really resonates with customers. And I'm going to continue to say that and drive that home because as someone who's been in the indoor ag space for quite some time, I think that the technology is important, efficiency is important, but you still have to sell your product, and you're still, whether you like it or not, you're a CPG brand. And so it's important to have a product that people really actually want and people resonate with, which I think we've really found with our types of mushrooms in our regions. And so we started in New York. That's where I'm based, in Brooklyn. But we have facilities now in New York, in Texas, and in Los Angeles. We launched about 3 months ago. And so we have a national brand, and whenever you're buying our product, whether it's on shelf or in e-com or in food service, it was grown within that region. And so you can find us in various different ways. We have on-site productions. We call them mini farms. These are in every central market in Texas, in various Whole Foods, and restaurants and hotels in New York. Many more soon, but these use our technology to grow the mushrooms right on site in front of people's eyes. These aren't everywhere. Most of our business are from packaged mushrooms that are grown in warehouse farms that we have in each of these regions. And so these are, again, those packaged mushrooms come out of these facilities. We call them macro farms, but they use our patented technology to grow these mushrooms in each region and to grow them really efficiently when compared to other types of mushroom farms. And it's definitely working. We have a brand that really resonates with people. We've never advertised, and we have a very active social community. We're in some of the best restaurants in the country, and we've been featured in pretty much every press outlet we could ever imagine. This is without any true outreach. These are all inbound, and so it's all very exciting. We were on the Today Show last week, and so if you check us out, please. There's a whole 15-minute segment about Smallhold and checking out one of our pilot facilities, and so definitely check it out if you have the chance. But it's all definitely working for grocery too. We're in over 500 doors today. Whole Foods, we're in tons of Whole Foods stores, but also H-E-B and Central Market, Albertsons, Mom's, Lassen's, Erewhon. We're in tons of e-commerce, everything that you could possibly imagine in the US. And we're growing into some very large retailers very soon, which we're very excited to announce over the next couple months. But we spent a lot of time developing the technology that goes into these things. The stuff that we wanted to do wasn't really available on the market, and so we had to develop it ourselves. This includes the facility build-outs. It's all our own. All of the control systems are patented and developed in-house. The supply chain and all of the R&D we've done on the varieties and the substrates are very complicated, and it's made it so we can do what we do and scale in the way that we're scaling. And then also, obviously, working on tons of different types of automation. Very good at climate automation, but as we grow and grow, there's a lot more opportunity for various crop and movement automation in our facilities. So here's a photo of our Texas facility. These facilities are fairly big. We're looking at like 30 to 40,000 square feet, depending on the region. These can grow lots and lots of mushrooms. It's a considerably higher amount per square foot than you'd see in leafy greens and herbs. And one of the biggest things that benefit with mushrooms is the industry is growing indoors. And so we don't use LED lights for photosynthesis. We use a little bit of light to grow the mushrooms, but it's way better energy use and resource use than you'd find in most of the indoor farming operations. But a lot of that is enabled by the control system that we've developed. This is just a visualization for the farmers, but obviously a lot more is going on under the hood with these systems. They capture hundreds of thousands of data points per day and run various climate recipes so we can make sure we're growing these clean, organic, beautiful mushrooms consistently for our customers. We also have these on-site productions. We call them mini farms. This one is in Whole Foods in Gowanus. It's one of the most trafficked Whole Foods in their whole portfolio of stores. But customers can go into the store and see these mushrooms growing right in front of their eyes. They're harvested and then put on the shelf and sold by the pound. And so these mushrooms grow extremely quickly. You can go into the store and you can, if you spend an hour there, the mushrooms will actually probably look different within the hour. A full fruiting body of mushrooms that is bigger than your head. But it all creates this experience for customers that is unlike anything else. When our retail customers have installed these things, they've seen a 30 to 50% increase in mushroom sales, which is quite significant for a growing category like mushrooms. And so obviously retailers get very excited about it, but it's not for everyone. Installations like this are hard to do. It takes a lot of different parties. It's a lot of different, moving parts, and so it's really only appropriate for places that we know are going to have a lot of foot traffic and will potentially sell a lot of mushrooms. A lot of the other stores will then source mushrooms from our larger facilities, which is a much bigger part of our business. But all of this has led us to have a very low environmental footprint. We have a 30% lower carbon footprint than any other mushroom farm we could find data on, and we actually couldn't find any products that use less water than our operation. And this is including, like, you see all the data around hydroponics and vertical farming and stuff. This is like a far cry from that. So much lower resources while also providing significant amounts of calories. The big thing about mushrooms are that a lot of consumers are eating mushrooms as replacements for meat. It provides calories and satiation and umami that you can't really get from a leafy green or a tomato or a berry. And so it's a kind of a different segment than the rest of the produce aisle. And we kind of fit into that meat world. And when you're comparing it to meat or alt protein, we are just so much lower of an environmental footprint, which makes us an extremely important resource for the future as people try to, deal with our carbon footprint with our diets. As you can see, it's like just a way different kind of footprint than you'd find from other kinds of products that are out there. But a lot of this has to do with our packaging, it has to do with our supply chain, it has to do with how we grow our own waste streams. This isn't even giving us credit for growing just tons and tons of compost that goes back to the soil. And once we start quantifying that in a real way, I think that it's just going to become even more of an exciting concept for the future. And so all this kind of feeds into this concept that we call product zeitgeist fit. I think we had a market originally, but in 2020, the mushroom market just really ballooned. A lot of people are experimenting with new things. They're trying new diets. Mushrooms fit into every single one of them. And there's just so much opportunity for the mushroom market to grow in the US, and Smallhold was right there pushing it along, and we've taken advantage of it, and now we're in just tons of stores and growing extremely quickly. But what I get really excited about is just how obsessed people get with mushrooms. Here's a volumetric time lapse of some artists that work with Smallhold. They took over one of our mini farms and set it up to there's multiple camera array that move the mushrooms around and take photos every 30 seconds while it grows. And so this is an actual pink oyster mushroom that they put in a VR experience. They're called Forager. And I'm sure you'll see more and more of what these people are doing in the future. We also have this was our first press, and we were in Vogue magazine, which many of you know. I'm a grower by trade, and being in Vogue magazine is probably the funniest thing possible for a greenhouse grower. But it did happen, and it just kind of showcases what when you have a good brand and a good product, how you can excite people to get into what you're doing. And all of it is definitely working. Like, we develop this brand, we get people excited, whether it's artistically, musically, food-wise, and it creates this brand that really resonates with people. We have some of the best reviews online possible. We have recurring customers, velocities are increasing across the board, and so it's just a very exciting time to build a brand like Smallhold. And so all this again feeds into this product that we're developing, this different types of mushrooms that people have never seen before on the shelf, where we're taking away market share from the button mushroom growers and just increasing the diversity that people can incorporate into their diets. And so we want to continue to do that. If I give anyone a recommendation with their operations, it's just making sure you're paying attention to the brand you're building. Technology is cool, we have to feed the world, but you also have to make something that's relevant to consumers right now. And so as you're growing your operation, or you're growing your brand or your product portfolio, just make sure that you're growing products that people really want, because that is how you do it. And there's all sorts of types of produce that are out there, not only mushrooms, that can accomplish that. And so please do your R&D, do your research, talk to people, and try to find it out, because it's an exciting time for all of us. Again, my name is Andrew, co-founder and CEO of Smallhold. We're at smallhold.com. You can reach out to me whenever you'd like. I'd love to have you by one of our facilities in the future. Thank you.
Great. Well done, Andrew. Tristan and Alexandra, do you want to come and join me? That'd be great. Francesca, do we have Andrew online? We don't know. Okay, I thought it might be a little too early for him. So if you'd like to ask any questions, do put them onto Slido and use the hashtag. Most of you found the way of doing that yesterday, so I hope that you're there for today. Yes, come a bit closer, Alexander. That's great. Thank you. What questions would you like to ask? One of the things that came up, Alexander, for you and from Andrew, was packaging, and we haven't really talked about that. What do consumers want in terms of packaging, and have you got there, or are you on the way there?
Well, when we were still a grower, we introduced the 100% water-resistant paper packaging in the Belgian retail. But let's say now that we shift 100% to technology, really depends what the client wants. We can help assist them with it, but let's say it's not a core focus for us.
Can we get, we can get to plastic-free packaging if that's what consumers want. I noticed that Andrew is trying to go to almost no packaging. What are your clients doing? What are your customers doing now? Are they going paper? Is that actually working? Or is it paper with coatings? Or is it paper with sort of plastic?
We have everything.
Yeah.
100% plastic, 100% paper, carton boxes, and everything which you can find in between. So it's really, I think, depending on the market, and also I think depending on what's the end consumer wanting in their respective markets.
Tristan, you haven't held back on future visioning. What do you think is going to be the future for packaging?
I actually agree with you. I think ultimately this is going down to we are providing a product that consumers want.
Yep.
And consumers come in a whole range of different guises. You have people who want to have beautiful packaging and will pay a premium. And you also have people who just want something cheap and will go for the cheapest product which they can get, which will be a cheap in the product and will be wrapped up in a cheap way as well. So I think that the thing about vertical farming is that we need to not just think about the high-end part of the industry. We actually need to think about if we are going to feed lots of people, we actually need to provide large amounts of food in a format which people are used to actually getting. And all those additional packaging things are fantastic, but they essentially add cost, and by adding cost, they actually make the size of the market smaller. And ultimately, my view for vertical farming is that what we need to be doing is going for large scale to become a large food production system. And in that system, we can have a whole range of different tiers of packaging and so forth like that you want to have to make it look good for certain customers or not.
So in your vision, leafy greens and herbs and microgreens are phase one.
Yes. So
Would you agree with that?
It's super easy. So
And are strawberries and mushrooms and tomatoes phase two?
I would think they are phase two. I think, they are. So ultimately, when you think about short leafy greens, from a feeding the world perspective, they don't really do much. No, ultimately, salads and herbs are lovely, nice things to have. But if you didn't have salads and you didn't have herbs, you wouldn't have the hunger. The hunger problem would be the same with or without. On the phase two crops, it's slightly different. Phase two crops actually have genuine calories. And strawberries actually have something worthwhile in them. Mushrooms, as Andrew was saying, are a fantastic meat substitute. And I think that the whole mushroom sector is really an area which I think that there is an area where vertical farming, I think, really has a role to play in terms of rolling that out, because it is a good meat substitute. But ultimately, for your phase three crops, you're looking at initially products which are the high end of those ranges. So, for example, if you look at wheat production comes in various different qualities. A baker's wheat, things which are used for making patisserie and bread and things like that is the highest quality wheat, and then it goes all the way down to animal feed. With a vertical farming structure, you're able to actually focus on the higher quality wheat because you can control the overall environment, which is, if you look at a distribution curve of wheat, normally it has some good stuff and has some bad stuff, but we can actually very much focus on that. And same thing for rice and same for peas and soy as well.
Let's do phase three in a second, but on phase two, strawberries, mushrooms, would you do anything, Alexander, beyond strawberries, if your customers wanted it or if you developed it, or do you think that strawberries is your focal point and your mission?
For us, strawberries is really the big focus point. It's a $19 billion market, so let's try to get a grip first on that before starting to play around, because again,
and what are the challenges? What are the opportunities? So, are you going for equivalence? Are you going for high end? Are you going for quantity? Are you going for your own brand? What is it that you think is the best opportunity in strawberries?
Well, for us, we make sure that we develop technology that allows us customer to have reliable, high quality, constant production. And in the end, I think, like most of the products, you want to step it up and make sure that the baseline is all the time high quality instead of having some poor quality, some super high quality. We want to just make sure that like the middle class, everybody wants to have better as a base, and that's the thing that we want to try to make it possible.
A specific question for you. What's the production cost per kilogram of strawberries at Urban Harvest and the cost of the growing system?
At with the metrics that we provided, or because let's say depending on your electricity prices, as soon as I plug in a different price per kilowatt, well, my full production cost will evolve. So it's really there case by case that you will have to look what the best solution is. Same thing with labor. I don't know what the labor cost is in those different areas. So really depending, let's say that's the reason why we put percentages there, and depending of the absolute figure that you plug in for every element, your total production cost will evolve.
I want to come on to phase 3 still, but there's another question. Are you able to pass on the higher energy cost in higher selling prices? Are you able to pass on your energy costs?
It's difficult. Ultimately, supermarkets are in a competitive environment themselves.
Yeah.
And so whilst the supermarkets like vertical farm product, because of all things which I think everybody here already understands, we don't need to go and spend much time about, there's a great demand for it, but ultimately supermarkets are still responding to what their customers want.
But all their suppliers face those energy
And
costs.
all those suppliers face this, and all those suppliers are trying to put those costs onto the supermarkets, but the supermarkets are quite trying to resist that as much as they possibly can. I think certain things will change. I think certain business will go out of business if they can't pass those costs on. So I think that is an inflationary impact. But I don't think that these high costs are going to last forever. I think we are in an anomalous situation. This isn't the norm. And I think the question is, how long is it going to take to get back to the norm? But the good news is that by being faced with very, very high electricity costs, I think it has made everyone in the industry think much, much more clearly about energy efficiency. And so we may actually end up out of this crisis of energy better than we would have been had we not had the crisis in the first place. So I think, all terrible things have some kind of upside, a silver lining in every cloud, etc. Yeah. So, I think we'll actually end up better.
And localization, a realization in supply chains that they can be disrupted by external events and people protecting themselves as well, I think.
I agree.
But it takes time. It takes time, and you need to, let's say, overcome that period.
Correct.
So let's finish with phase 3. Alexander, do you agree with the phase 3, or is this pie in the sky? Is this a pipe dream? Do you think that?
Well, I think it's a nice vision, and in my opinion, still a nice dream. What we try to focus at Urban Harvest is making sure that every type of crop at a certain time will be produced by a specific system, let's say full soil, greenhouse, or vertical farm. And I think you need to get out the advantages of the different types of the different growing methods to make sure that food becomes as reliable and as of the highest quality possible.
And you mentioned hybrid, which is daylight and indoor.
Yes, correct.
Is that promising for you?
Definitely, because again, why would you use a vertical farm if some external conditions are still in favor of putting it in a greenhouse? So I think vertical farm is a super nice way of growing. Is it always needed? Definitely not. I think you need to use a vertical farm to solve specific problems, and those problems might be food miles, might be climate change, might be, I don't know, it's too cold, it's too hot, it's too whatsoever, but I think it's not the perfect solution for every problem.
When could phase 3 become a reality?
I think you're waiting 10 to 15 years for phase 3 to become on the edge of reality. And I think you basically need two things to make it happen. One, you need technology to improve. And technology that you're looking at is the efficiency of the LED lights. You're looking at improvements in renewable energy, because ultimately this is all about plugging it into a renewable energy. If you're thinking that you're plugging into the grid, you're never going to get there. And the second thing is that there needs to be a lot of work done on plant breeding, because if you look at the plants which are grown outdoors for wheat, rice, soy, and peas, etc., they are grown there in an environment which is very, very challenging for the plants and is always in constant flux. If you're looking at a vertical farm, you can actually control that environment, and therefore the type of plant which you actually grow there should be different. So, for example, you would like to have, a wheat which has a very, very short stalk and a
Small wheat
with a very, very long head
Yes.
on it. And so it's a very different type of product. So you basically need to do simultaneous development of the physical hardware technology, and you also need to do development of the actual plant breeding itself. But my view is that if you think about where the ball is going to be going and far enough ahead, and you prepare yourself, you can actually finally get there. We cannot get to phase 3 without doing phase 1 properly. And we cannot get to the next, we can't do that, we have to get to phase 2 before we get to phase 3. So everything has to happen in turn. So we can't just say we're going to do phase 3 crops and do nothing for the next 10 to 15 years.
Is there anything that's impossible in vertical farming in your phase 3 view?
Masses.
So
Huge amounts of things.
that you can't, so there are
So
crops.
the masses of most, I think vertical farming is a solution to certain types of crops. We're never going to grow trees. So they're never going to be apples or pears or walnuts or avocados. Well, and also, quite frankly, we're not really going to be able to grow a lot of root crops. We know we can grow root crops. There's been a lot of potatoes which have been grown in vertical farming systems. But ultimately, vertical farming is about the verticality, which is trying to compress products into a vertical space. And that requires some form of height limitation.
And that's the reason why we'll have specialization. Vertical farms, greenhouses in all types of ways, and full soil production. And then a vertical farm can always be a nice starting point, because again, of the height, you can put a big amount of small seedlings or whatsoever in a condensed way, and then you can transplant it in full soil.
That's the other point.
or in a greenhouse or whatsoever. So a vertical farm might always be a very solid starting point. But will it indeed grow trees? No, of course not.
I wonderful.
Completely agree. Completely agree. I think vertical farming is in an extremely exciting phase at the moment. There's a huge amount of things which we don't know. We now know a little bit more than we did, but there is.
And that's the reason why you need to get that added value of full control. You also need to get it out of the product. It doesn't make sense to put something cheap in a vertical farm if at a certain moment there is no added value of that full control.
I'm going to say, I would love to carry on actually, but I'm going to say thank you very much. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Tristan, very much indeed. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Both optimism and realism. We now have a sponsored presentation about revolutionizing nutritious food production with precision indoor plants. And it's going to be Rebecca J. Wu, who is the Scientific Program Officer at the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research in the United States. Rebecca.
All right, can you hear me okay? Okay, good. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rebecca J. Wu, and I am with the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research. I am really excited today to tell you about one of the programs I manage. And so before I get into all these programs and projects, I want to tell you a little bit about my foundation. So FAR, for short, was created by the US Congress in 2014 through the Farm Bill, and our mandate is to fund innovative research in food and agriculture. So we do this through 4 main mechanisms. We have competitive grants, we have direct awards, we have prizes, and then consortia. So the Precision Indoor Plants Consortium really came out of this 4th funding mechanism. So PIP for short is a public-private partnership which helps food producers grow flavorful, nutritious food indoors. And the consortium's audacious research increases our ability to produce quality crops that are valuable and desired by consumers. So with PIP, we currently have 6 members in the likes of AeroFarms, BSF, Fluence, Green Venus, Preva, and our members form the executive committee, and they come together and they set ambitious goals and pool resources together to fund these goals. And then FAR provides this federal or public funding to match their efforts. So this is a quick overview of some of the benefits our members do get. They do receive a $1 to $39 return on investment. We do have a $15 million research investment. They also get exclusive access to data sharing for a time period before it goes public, and then they have access to IP. The current projects we have going on is the lettuce project, which is focused on browning or post-harvest discoloration, accelerated growth without tip burn, and speed breeding. The tomato project is focused on flavor architecture. The strawberry project is focused on also premium flavors. Now, there's one more project, which is the Sky High project. This project is not open for partnership, but it's with the groups of Netherlands companies and also some companies around the world. And we are focused on lettuce, strawberry, basil, potatoes. And they also are focused on tip burn, speed breeding, for the period, they'll cycle, and much more. So now I will talk about the lettuce project. So this is one project that all the consortium executive members are really actively partaking in, but it sits with AeroFarms, serving as a PI. And we are looking at three main things here. We are looking at post-harvest discoloration, we're looking at accelerated growth, we are looking at speed breeding. So for post-colored discoloration, as you know, lettuce leaves really discolors quickly after harvest, and which leads to food waste. So we want to prevent discoloration in indoor-grown lettuce, and also to increase their shelf life. And we want to prevent this by looking at the role that genetics and environmental factors play in contributing to either slowing or fostering the post-harvest discoloration. So for accelerated growth, we are looking to establish or look at how conditions such as genetics and environmental pathways and VOCs can be manipulated to accelerate plant growth whilst maintaining quality. So we know that there are certain MVOCs that can accelerate growth, and we want to understand under what conditions this can happen. The last is speed breeding, and with speed breeding, we want to establish and operate an indoor growing system for rapid seed-to-seed cycling, and we are looking at conditions leading to less than 3.5 to 3 months generation time per crop cycle. So here are some of the benefits of really joining the lettuce project. I'm not going to read through all these benefits, but as you can see, you do have access to the germplasm, you do get access to some of the growth recipes. So the next project I'm going to talk about is the tomato project, and this is a $2.1 million total funding for this, and we are really looking at, again, superior flavor. And so for the tomato project, we are working with the likes of University of Florida, Wageningen University with Leo, UC Riverside, and really these are the top world experts in this field. And so for tomato too, we are looking at the snacking of the cherry tomatoes, and we want to get the best flavors and varieties, and also create the most suitable architecture for indoor growth. The appropriate architecture will be refined with other experimentation. And I'll also mention that there is definitely literature out there or research or knowledge about how to control tomato architecture that will be appropriate for indoor growth. And our project is really going to build and expand on existing knowledge. So here are, again, some of the benefits of joining the tomatoes project, if that's what most appealing to you. And again, you do have access to the germplasm. You also have the growth recipes for all these high-value cherry or grape tomatoes. So the next project is the strawberry project. And in the strawberry project, this is a $1.8 million funded project. I believe earlier on this year, we put out a competitive RFA. And we do have an awardee in mind. We went through peer review. We do have an awardee, but we are yet to announce that, so I'm not going to talk about the research team for this. But really, the strawberry is also looking at premium flavor, and I am representing a premium flavor with this cute yellow-looking strawberry here. So I'm going to start from my right and work my way to the left. And this premium flavor strawberry in the form of this yellow strawberry is influenced by all these like sensory attributes in the sense of like the sweetness, the sourness, which is informed by these compounds, the volatile compounds, sugars and acids, which is affected by, the genetics and environmental factors. So we want to see papers trying to investigate the genetics and biochemical elements responsible for this novel flavor that could be stored at premium, and the environmental factors that can control these elements. So again, here are some of the benefits in joining the strawberry project. You get to have a defined strawberry premium flavor attributes. You also get to have the growth recipe for cultivation. And I want to say that, from yesterday's conversation, one of the themes that came out to me was really the need for more collaboration. And so I like to say that this PIP module really is a good module for how companies can come together and really collaborate on projects. And so if you have not yet stopped by our table, please do, because we would like to talk to you. We'd like to explore what is possible. There are 3 projects that you can join, or you could also join the consortium as a whole and get access to, all the other benefits for all the 3 projects. And so, yeah, that's all I have for you today. Thank you for having me. And I also want to say that the brain behind this consortium is really here, Dr. John Reich. If you want to give us a quick wave so we can see you. Yeah, John has really been instrumental with this. And yeah, like I said, stop by, talk to us, and let's make some great science. Thank you.
John, do you want to just stand up for a moment so people recognize you, and then, John, do you want to just stand up for a second? And yeah, so catch John later. Thanks very much, Rebecca, and some great programs. Now, part 2 of this morning focuses on emerging new markets, and we begin with a finance specialist from the private equity world who became co-founder and president of Jungle in France, and today he'll tell us more about botanicals for the beauty industry. Gilles Dreyfus.
Good morning, everyone. So at Jungle, we have a holistic approach of the human body. So you might ask yourself, what kind of guru would say that? So I'm Gilles Dreyfus, co-founder of Jungle. And why do we have a holistic approach of the human body is that not only we grow fruits and vegetables for the food industry, but we also grow flowers and plants and rare plants for the cosmetic and perfume industry. And I'm going to try to explain you how we do that. So first of all, before I deep dive into what I was invited here to talk about, I would like to explain you, I've heard a lot of things on Monday and yesterday about vertical farming, and we have been as Jungles in this industry since 2017, and there is 3 main things that, 3 hedge that we have, 3 differentiation points that I want to talk to you about. The first element, and why I was invited, is that we went further than just food, and we managed to secure genetics and grow and sell plants and flowers to be extracted in order to be put into recipes of perfume and creams for cosmetics. That's the first real hedge, and we will explain that in extensive details. The second element is that we all know about vertical farming industry. There is agronomy, there is technology, there is human resources, there is finance and modeling, there is trouble. Because if we believe that we're going to be able to do everything by ourselves, I believe it's a mistake. I believe that all the dirty work we've been doing for the last decade, so which is tech, agronomy, and being able to grow, and always looking for profitability, but thinking that we're going to create new brands, thinking that we're going to distribute the product ourselves, is completely wrong from my standpoint. Maybe in the States it's possible, but in Europe, the agricultural sector, the politics linked to agriculture and how agriculture is being subsidized will make it very complex. So hence, why we have a business model that is a bit different than our competitors. And we go about vertical farming with a FAST model. What is FAST model? It's farming as a service. So basically, we build farms for customers. Who are our customers? Large farming corporations, large farming operations, cosmetic industry, and perfume, who wants to secure, and have all the same issue, who wants to secure the procurement of plants because of so many different reasons that I will deep dive in. So fast, we build a farm, and we give the elements in order to grow, so seed, substrate, brand eventually, maintenance, because we don't talk a lot about maintenance here, but I think curative and preventive maintenance is very important to run a vertical farm for decades, which is the case. And also, obviously, R&D. Today, we're growing lettuce, aromatic herbs. How is it going to go tomorrow if you want to grow other crops like tomatoes and strawberries? And the third element, which is very worrying for me, which is funding. The success of this industry has been measured by the hundreds of millions that have been raised. We don't see a lot of newcomers coming into the industry, and for me, this is a problem. So how did we go about at Jungle? We're not the first mover, and we didn't get the second mover advantage. We got the second mover disadvantage. So our split into how we finance ourselves is not only through equity. We managed to secure debts through banks. So national banks in France, such as BNP, CIC, and all major banks are following us. And also, French state is completely aware of the problem that we're in terms of agriculture, and they talked about food sovereignty. And so there is a lot of envelopes of subsidies called France 2030, where actually the government will subsidize the innovation linked to major themes that are going to secure the country. And agriculture, of course, is one of them. And Jungle is lucky enough to be working with the government for the last 3 years, and we are participating in the roundtables in order to determine how the envelopes should be spread out through different industry. And I see my friend from InnovaFeed who will speak afterwards. They also participate in these things, and basically it's all the alternative. Vertical farming is not going to replace farming. We are complementary solutions, and we are one of them being insects as well, and many others to come. So basically, cross-industry, not only food, perfume, and cosmetics, fast as a business model. We don't spend CapEx to grow farms and take years to exist and get profitability. We service that for other people that are already in business, that already have the relationship for decades with retail. And 3, we secure our funding through equity, debt, and subsidy from the states. That's what Jungle does. Now, you want to hear about the perfume? Let's do that. So our journey was very simple. We believed since the beginning. We started in Lisbon in 2016. We did 3 years of R&D, and we knew right from the beginning that this technology and this way of growing could be used in other industries. I personally, as a child, have been brought up with women, and I've been very sensitive to smell. So, of course, the perfume industry was something that came very natural for me. And I started to understand how perfumes were made and how a company like Jungle could insert itself into the value chain of this industry. And after a year of hard struggle and a lot of refusal, I had the chance to meet the company called Firmenich. So maybe some of you know this company, some of you don't. They are the world leader into perfume industry. So what do? They formulate perfume on behalf of all the brands you know, Dior, Chanel, Guerlain. And basically those guys, since perfume has been existing late 18th century, have been grown flowers into the emerging countries. And today we are facing huge problems that are the same that we are all attacking in the food, because the problematics are the same, is that the land is being depleted, but much worse than what we get into our countries. Some species are dying. The use of pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides are absolutely insane, and regulations are changing in Europe and the States. So we have problems moving forward. And also they have in terms of human resources, they have a lot of teams that are actually monitoring the contingency in case the primary sourcing of natural is going down, which is often happening. So they are paying a lot of people to find other naturals, and so the naturals are not secured. And so we talked with Firmenich, and there were a few options in the beginning that were being explored. First, they were asking if through a controlled environment we could increase the yield, so the active compound that was being searched into the natural to put into the recipe. So basically having a higher yield for the same price. Okay, and then we said, maybe we can produce the exact same yield, the exact same quantity, but for a lower price. They were looking on the price perspective. And then we explored something that was quite interesting. I don't know if you guys know, but a perfume is made out of 50% of petrochemical components, 45 of synthetics, and 5 of naturals. And so basically, our body is very well done, and the pheromones, so basically the things that excite us, so that give us pleasure when we smell or we are being smelled, is only this 5%. So it's absolutely paramount. And there is a lot of scents and lots of active compounds that never existed as natural in a perfume for one reason, is that the flowering cycle is too short in nature to be extracted. Let me be more precise. Instance, Lily of the Valley, and we will talk about this later. Lily of the Valley is the first success of jungle in the perfume industry, and Lily of the Valley, beautiful scent, flowers only once a year in one geography for 7 days a year. Extraction cycle lasts between 2 to 3 months. So not enough time, not enough biomass. So what did we do? We managed to secure the genetics. We managed to do all the R&D in order to find the relevant growing recipe to grow the lily. We did lots of trials and error to have the best expression of the smell of the flowers, of the bells, and we produced in a sufficient batch, industrial batch, for Firmenich to extract. We managed to do all of this process. We gave the flowers to Firmenich, they made the extraction, and luckily, in February 2023, this essential oil is being used in a very famous perfume brand. The perfume is going to be released in February 2023, so it is real, it is commercially active, and it's working. The revenue stream for Lily of the Valley for Jungle is $1 million a year, moving forward, and this is one plant out of many. These companies, like Firmenich or others, they use between 1,200 plants to 1,500 plants per year, and the numbers of plants that are eligible in vertical farming is about 20%. So moving forward, this is what we're going to do. Now, the elements that we've done in the perfume industry, we extrapolated it to the cosmetic. And there, it's not smell, it's not chromatography that we're looking for, but it's active compound. So there we're going to grow plants that are rare, normal, or that grow in high altitude. And what we're going to find? We're going to find something that is antioxidant, healing, or moisturizing. And basically, we applied exactly the same recipe to what we have done on the case study of Lily of the Valley to the cosmetic industry. I see Richard has said that I don't have any more time. We're good? Okay. So
Have a final word.
I have a lot of things to say, so I'll just stop there right there, and we can talk after with the questions.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you. We'll catch the missing links in a moment. We now turn to a master's in development economics who worked at Veolia for 10 years before joining InnovaFeed, where she's Technology Adjacencies Director. There's a new title. And her work involves insects for animal feed. Anne-Cécile Marie.
Can you hear me well? Great. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being with you today. I'm going to apologize first on behalf of Clément, our CEO, who couldn't make it this morning. If you're reading the news, you'll see that it's a pretty busy week for us these days. Why talking about insect farming in a vertical farm and indoor farming conference? Well, I hope in my presentation I'll give you 2 key takeaways. First, I'll get you to discover what is it that we do when we produce insect protein and what are the applications and markets for it. And then I'm going to highlight the similarities and how much it actually aligns with vertical farms, not just in terms of business environment, but also the sustainability purpose, and most importantly, you'll see in terms of technologies. What is is it this one to switch? Yep. So InnovaFeed is a French company. We were born about 6 years ago, and at that time there was a big global moment of awareness that we were going into a massive protein shortage in our food system, and about 2/3 of that shortage happens in the aquaculture sector. Some of you may know, but aquaculture is probably going to run out of fish meal in the coming 3 to 5 years. And in parallel to that, there was a will to find sustainable alternatives to make our food systems more sustainable, but also not compromise on the quality and the performance of the protein that we are all eating through all of those products. And insect emerged as a potential solution, though it had never been reared and commercialized at such an industrial scale that was needed to fulfill this gap. And so what InnovaFeed does is that we're actually placing the insect back at its natural position in the food chain. So you have to imagine that it's a massive rearing industrial facilities that we have, where you find basically three things. One is like a small hatchery where we produce the eggs to maintain the colony of insects. The second part, which is the most important, is that we upcycle agricultural and agro-industry byproducts to feed the insects. So for example, in France, we're using wheat bran, wheat stillage, and we have those huge automated and vertical larval growth areas. And then at the same facility, we also have the processing and the transformation part, out of which we get two main products. One is the protein powder that is mostly being used in aquaculture and pet food markets. The other one is the insect oil that comes as a substitute for vegetable oils, especially for monogastrics, such as swine and poultry. And the third product, which is not very glamorous because it is whatever is left over from the growing process, but it's actually the biggest volumes that come out of the manufacturing facilities, is what we call the frass. The frass is commercialized as an organic fertilizer. It has about 80% organic content. And this is how we try to contribute to closing a bit of the agricultural loop with insect farming. I'll be happy to discuss more on the market opportunities in the questions session if you want. There are many players in insect rearing. What I think distinguishes InnovaFeed is the combination of three things. I won't talk so much about the choice of the insect per se. I don't think it has a big interest for the audience here today. But I think the other two components, that is our industrial model and the technology platform that we develop, can be interesting and maybe inspirational for conventional vertical farms. So if I go first with the industrial model, it's what we call the symbiosis model. Basically, when InnovaFeed moved from the pilot to the industrial scale, our idea was not just to prove that the technology could work at this scale, but that we could also make products that would be competitive to the alternatives on the market. And to do so, scale wasn't enough to reach that level of competitiveness. We also had to massively slash our operational cost, and that came with a bit of effort in the thinking of our upstream model. But what we did is we chose to co-locate with our two main providers of our inputs. So one is the feedstock connection. We're directly connected with a pipe rack to get the two feedstocks that are used to feed the insects. And next to it is a biomass cogeneration plant from which we recover waste heat and we purchase renewable electricity. And that, I think, is a game changer in three ways. Of course, major impact on your P&L and the price point you're able to put on the market. Second is the environmental differentiation. Compared to the exact same product that would be produced at the same location but without those pipe racks, we save about 60,000 tons of carbon equivalent per year. And last but not least, I think in terms of reputation, when you're an impact-driven business, being able to align what you want to achieve downstream with your product, with the way you produce it, is extremely important, and being consistent for us on that point is paramount. So all the other sites we're developing now in the world are based on that model. Third thing, which I think is interesting when it comes to vertical farming, is the technological platform we develop. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Maybe what you can remember is that the technological platform is not just something we experiment at a pilot scale. It's been in operations at an industrial scale facility in Nel, in the north of France, for 2 years. And the site is still expanding. And here is what I want to come to in this presentation. This is our technological platform, and apart from the flies on the left, you can see that it's pretty much the same bricks that you would develop in a vertical farm. So of course we have what is similar to a plant growth recipes when it comes to the insect, genetic selection and growth performance, but everything else that has to do with equipment and hardware and software is exactly like what you would find in a vertical farm, because we are a vertical farm. I won't give you details because I don't have time on each and every of the brick, but I'll showcase a couple of them. If I start with automation, and actually the logic is going to be the same for each and every technology I'm going to present. What we did at InnovaFeed is we did not want to reinvent the wheel. We started screening the market and the equipment suppliers to see what was available there and what could make sense to us and how we could work on adapting it to our needs. So we end up with hybrid systems like the one you can see here. This is our larval growth area. You have to imagine it's a 20,000 square meter, 10 stories high building that works a little bit like an Amazon warehouse. But so we worked with a supplier on the automation and the design of the system, but the growing trays, we designed them by ourselves because it would allow us to save cost and get some flexibility in the operations and what we wanted to achieve. And I'll continue. Same logic applies to our data management. I'm sure you're all very familiar when you are trying to control a very tiny living organism in a massive room space or at a massive scale. It gets pretty sophisticated and complicated in terms of data management. So same, we're using softwares and tools that are on the market, we're customizing them. What we do is we spend a lot of brain and time and efforts in the upstream and the thinking to the methodologies we're putting in there. So typically defining what are the KPIs we want to measure in the production, what are the KPIs we want to follow for product performance. We did have to design some of the sensors we're using because we could not find them out there. And also we did have to customize the data storage architecture because we collect over 1 billion data points per year. We need to make sure that they're stored properly, the data is clean, is reliable, and we can analyze it in a reliable way that also fits the production needs. And last but not least is HVAC. What you could try to picture is that our insect farms are not a series of small modules. It's that huge storage house that we are managing for larval growth. And the issue we're having is to ensure the reliability of the environment control at the scale of an insect tray in that massive space. And so, again, we're purchasing equipment that are on the market. We work with our suppliers to adjust to the needs that we have. But I think what is distinctive is the amount of thinking we're putting into the design phase. And the secret sauce, I would say, to our HVAC approach is that half of the team, our design team that works on the models for our plants, they come from the aeronautics industry, and we're using computational fluid dynamics to have a reliable, predictive model for our HVAC systems. And so far, it's been working pretty amazingly for maintaining our environment. What's next for InnovaFeed? I'll be happy to answer many questions later on. We've just announced yesterday night the closure of our latest round of funding, which brings us to a total of 450 million euros. And what you can take away from our global deployment strategy is that we're working on three topics. First one is to expand our global presence in Asia, in Europe, and also in the US. We're breaking ground of a facility in Decatur, Illinois, by the end of this year. The second thing, which is important for us, a little bit similar to what Gilles mentioned with Jungle, we really believe that to accelerate growth and to really have an impact, you need to provide the technology in a licensable way and as a platform. So we're consolidating that when it comes to black soldier fly rearing, but we're also working on a third aspect, which is how do we leverage all these technologies development in food tech and make it more efficient for all of the sectors. And definitely we're looking at building technology partnerships and co-developments with other market segments. Some are in insect rearing, for example, in agriculture, in biocontrol, and some are actually with controlled environment agriculture and indoor farms. That'll be it for me. Thank you, and I'll see you around.
Thank you, Anne-Cécile. Thank you. And congratulations on your fundraising. That is phenomenal. 250 million euros. Yes, absolutely. A round of applause. And, you know, it does show, doesn't it, how vertical farming is broadening out. Our third speaker in this session has a master's in sustainable aquaculture in the UK after an economics degree in the United States, and he's based in Singapore. He's also worked on insect protein, but returned to fish in 2020 as founder and chief executive officer of Vertical Oceans. His fish feed fruit. John Diener.
Right. Good morning, everyone. I don't come from the vertical farming industry, even though our company is called Vertical Oceans, and we are a vertical farming company of sorts. It's been really interesting for me to sit back and watch the various presentations. You know, normally I would be attending aquaculture or seafood industry shows, and this one has been very, very interesting in the awards for innovation and so on. Yesterday, I thought was extremely clever. I wish other conferences would do the same. So our company is called Vertical Oceans. The idea for Vertical Oceans started back in 2016. At that time, I was the CEO of an aquaculture, nutrition, and genetics company, and I was visiting hundreds of shrimp farms around Southeast Asia, South Asia, and China, and I kept seeing the same pattern over and over again. Most shrimp farms look like the picture in the bottom left there, where they're kind of carved out of a mangrove area. The farmers grow the shrimp in these ponds. They dump the raw effluent right back into the ocean. Their water intake is not too far away, so they bring some of that dirty water back onto the farm, start getting problems with bacterial pathogens and so forth, start using antibiotics, and it just goes downhill from there. So I started thinking about, well, how could you use technology to make this industry more sustainable? And so originally we started off trying to fix that pond aquaculture system, but we quickly realized that you couldn't really get very far with that model. It's fundamentally a flawed model. So we ended up reinventing our own system. And it starts off with a production module that we call the Intelligent Habitat, or IHAB for short. We actually have 4 of these running in our facility in Singapore. And basically, it's a fully autonomous growing unit. It's kind of like a big bathtub, about the size of a 20-foot container, although we don't use shipping containers, but it's roughly similar dimensions. And it's an insulated tank, and then we have what we call the lid modules that go on top, and all of our equipment for doing the feeding and for pumping and aeration and so on are all in those lid modules. The whole thing is insulated, and it's fully autonomous. So there's no, once you set it, it runs on its own. We're running autonomously for most of the equipment that's in it right now. There's just 2 more things that we need to automate, but we're basically there. But if you strip away all that hardware, what's really interesting about what we do is what's in the aquatic ecosystem. And we do what's called multi-trophic recirculating aquaculture. Multi-trophic is just basically a scientific term for different species are feeding at different levels in the food chain. For us, fundamentally, our model is we grow shrimp. Shrimp is our primary production. It's the only species that we feed. So we feed the shrimp a proprietary feed. And the leftover organics, mostly the dissolved nitrogen from the ammonia from the protein metabolism, and the phosphorus and other compounds from the feed, those are taken up by the seaweed that we grow. So although we actually do grow plants in our system, they're aquatic plants, and the seaweed that we focus on is a species called umibudo in Japan, which literally translates into sea grapes. So that's where the fruit comes in. And so both of these organisms are part of the core ecosystem of what we're growing, and both of them have actually a good commercial value. However, overall in the aquatic ecosystem, we have a microbiome, and we actually manage that microbiome. So we do metagenomics. We know every species that's in there. We know the proteins that they produce, et cetera, and we monitor and we influence that microbiome over time so that we don't get any pathogenic bacteria that dominate the system or any negative organisms that can cause issues like cause a muddy flavor or something like that. So actually, our system is a combination, really, of bioengineering, hardware engineering, and computational engineering. And the computational engineering comes in with all of the sensors. We have a number of different sensors that are in the water, and those sensors are constantly feeding information into adaptive algorithms that are controlling things like the pump speed. If the dissolved oxygen level goes down, we can increase the pump speed to get more oxygen in the water. Also, the feeding is algorithmic, because we want to optimize how much feed goes in there, and so forth. So we have this whole kind of adaptive system, and again, it's autonomous, so there's no human intervention there. The net result is that we can grow shrimp in half the time that it would take to grow them in the ponds that you saw earlier, and we can use 30% less feed. In fact, we can get a feed conversion ratio of less than 1. So for those of you who aren't familiar, feed conversion ratio is just basically how many kilograms of feed versus how much biomass did you get out of the system. And the third and somewhat unexpected result is actually our shrimp taste better. And we knew the shrimp would taste good because our business model is same-day farm to fork, but they actually taste really, really good. And we're actually just concluding a study right now to do a taste panel and analytical chemistry comparing our product versus wild-caught and other farmed shrimp out on the market. And as far as we know, we're the world's first commercial-scale multi-trophic system. So as I mentioned before, the shrimp is the primary production. Those are the shrimp that's our actual product. You notice they're a little bit blue. That blue comes from all of the microalgae and the algae that we feed some of that algae back to them. And then the sea grapes are what you see on the right there, which are also a delicacy and a product that we sell. One of the critical things that happens here is not only are the sea grapes absorbing the nitrogen, phosphorus, and CO2 from the water, but they're also contributing something really interesting to the water, which is their holobiome. So the seaweed have a very active microbial ecosystem around them, and they contribute that ecosystem to the water, and that creates a lot more diversity, which results in a much healthier ecosystem. And here's where the vertical part comes in. So as a same-day farm-to-fork business where we don't freeze our product, we don't use any preservatives, in fact, there's no chemicals or antibiotics used in our system at all, and we needed to get close to the market in order to be able to get the product in the customer's hands as soon as we can. But what happens when we get close to that market is it unlocks this fresh local premium. And all of you are familiar with what the fresh local looks like. And for us, our price point is we sell at the same price as fresh wild-caught shrimp, and that's a much better price point than the farm frozen commodity shrimp out of India or Southeast Asia or other places. Also, because our units are insulated and because they're in a building that's insulated, we're location agnostic. Most of the shrimp is consumed in the northern hemisphere. Most of it's produced around the equator. We're able to produce right at markets. I went to university in Chicago. winters there are pretty brutally cold, we can produce this tropical species happily living in water at 28 degrees Celsius when it might be outside, it might be minus 28 degrees. We can do that in an energy efficient way because of how we manage the thermal properties of the insulation, et cetera. And there's a number of other efficiencies that we gain by going vertical, and it really, people get really confused, like, how can you go vertical with, you know, it's a bunch of water, et cetera. And actually, it doesn't cost nearly as much as you would think, and there's a lot of efficiencies around automation and energy that we get by going in this vertical model. And when I say vertical, in a full-scale facility, we go up to 32 meters in height. So it's a rack that goes up 15 tiers. It's pretty vertical. What we were a bit surprised about, as I mentioned before, I mean, the taste was better than we expected, but also it created a whole new seafood experience, and customers get really excited about this. Our business model is omni-channel, so we do sell to restaurants and retail, but we also sell direct to customer. In fact, 80% of our sales is direct to customer. 80% of those customers are consistent repeat buyers, and we get very, very consistent feedback from the customer that the product just, it's a whole new experience for them. They open the bag, it smells fresh like the ocean, there's no off odors or that kind of thing. It tastes great, it's a little bit sweet, it's got really deep umami and seafood flavor notes. And so we're really excited to see that, you know, we're actually creating an experience that most consumers have never experienced before, because I don't think there's any fresher seafood that you could get. So all of this comes together. We basically have our modular production system, which is all about product quality and efficiency, and then we have the vertical system, which is all about market access and margin, and all that comes together. But to make that work, we have 83 total technologies in our system. Where we could, we borrowed technology from other industries, and we use technology from aerospace and logistics and others. But we had to develop proprietary technology. So about a third of the total technology suite is proprietary to us, and we've got 3 patents, and we continue to file some additional ones. And lastly, we've thought a lot about the techno-economics. One of my other roles is I advise a few agri-tech startups on how to scale up their technology. So obviously, we thought a lot about scalability and vertical oceans as well. And we engineered the system to scale quickly and easily. So we have very flexible capacity, anywhere from 70 tons a year to 1,000 tons a year. And the ROI is very quick, so it's 3 to 4 years ROI in our capital investment. And our construction and commissioning time is less than 12 months. So we can get into a market and get up and running for relatively low upfront capital expenditure and prove out the market and so forth. And we've also got a number of structures around non-dilutive capital funding, and we can joint venture or franchise our system. Our model is not selling the technology, our model is producing the seafood biomass, but we can joint venture or partner with other companies. And we're actually just working now on our first commercial scale facility, which we'll build in the US in the first half of 2023, next year. That's it.
John, do you want to just come and join us? That'd be kind, thank you. And Gilles and Cécile, if you'd like to come up, that would be very kind. We've got a few minutes, and what a range of things going on. And you already answered the first question I was going to ask you, and all 3 of you, which was about internationalization. So you're going to the States next year?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have a sort of a fully international ambition?
Yeah, our vision would be to have a vertical ocean in every major city around the world. So we're already talking to partners in Japan, and here in Europe, and we have a number of different projects in the pipeline in the US. So once we build this first one, then very quickly after that, we'll start rolling it out to other locations.
And Cécile, same question to you, I guess, internationalization.
Definitely, yes. And the rationale we apply there is to how to be the first to secure those massive stocks of agricultural byproducts that are not being upcycled at the moment. So this is how we target our sites. Of course, we also look at energy source and convenience of logistics. And the 3 sources of feedstock we've identified so far that are working well for the growth of the black soldier fly is wheat byproducts in Europe, corn byproducts for North America, And in Asia, we're looking at palm byproducts upcycling. Yeah, so we're definitely looking at a presence on these 3 continents.
Yeah, so go on.
And maybe we're also having a more opportunistic approach on other geographies, depending on the partners we could find. Again, if there are joint venture that we could build or technology licensing. Yeah. But the rationale for the company presence is driven by the feedstock availability.
Same for you, Gilles?
Absolutely. So our foundation, our base is in France, in Château-Thierry, 80 kilometers away from Paris. The farm that we have is large scale. We have 5,000 square meter footprint. This is a profit center, training center, and R&D center. And because of the fast model, we can totally go internationally in a very easy fashion.
Yeah.
So in regards to what I was talking to earlier, cosmetic and perfume, we're lucky enough that I would say 70% of the world market is either Swiss or French in terms of the companies that compose these products. And the extraction is being done almost 90% over there. So internalization can be done in France in this industry, so that comes pretty handy. And in terms of the food industry, absolutely open. There is a lot to be done in France already with the French farming cooperative that we're talking to in order to build large-scale vertical farm for them. So international is on the roadmap, not as of yet.
Yeah, but you all seem to have huge addressable markets, the whole cosmetics industry, the whole animal feed industry, the whole fish industry. I mean, are there limits to that? I mean, for example, Anne-Cécile, in changing animal feed, presumably that has a consequence for what the animal's meat and other produce tastes like, feels like, what it does to our bodies. Are we going to adapt to that, or is it a very small part that you can deal with?
When you're looking at insects specifically, there is so much of insect protein you can incorporate in an animal feed diet. So it's and that is limited by the nutritional profile and the actual, I would say,
will it affect our diet and our health? Will it improve our diet?
I don't think so. It does improve. I mean, there's a lot of indirect. I mean, the chain is pretty long before it ends up in your stomach. Yeah. But it, of course, it has health and growth benefits for animals in various profiles. For example, for shrimps, we've noticed that an insect-based diet improves their growth by 30%, which is significant. In some others, insects contain what we call antimicrobial peptides that can have benefits on the immunity systems of some of the animals. So we're studying and valorizing all those properties. I'm hoping it makes the diet a little bit more natural because our food systems are pretty industrial. But if it could have an impact at the end of the day in terms of taste or nutritional benefits for us humans through the animals that are fed with insect, I think it's a bit early to say.
That's really interesting. And Gilles, will you be able to take chemicals out by what you're putting in?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
In cosmetics, will what you're doing be able to help remove chemicals from cosmetics?
Yes, totally. And there is many more aspects to that. The way that we grow is without pesticides, herbicides, fungicides at jungle, so we totally remove that. The thing is that the cosmetic industry and perfume industry are the greatest storytellers. They are the kings of marketing, so we should really learn from those guys. And so today they are going to what they call clean labeling, clean beauty. And clean beauty is being enforced by the change of regulations in the European Commission and the FDA, because we understand that pesticides use has been going along for the last 40, 50 years in agriculture for food. But all the products that we use, like the presence of chemicals is absolutely insane. But regulations are very little, and they are changing. Yeah. So all the problems that I stated when I was presenting, adding the shift in regulation is going to change the way that they have to secure. And also climate change, also shipping, logistics, because it comes from emerging countries. So all these reasons, and also the chemicals that you stated.
And I hadn't realized that the plants that you're growing were becoming endangered in their supply chain, as well as being so far.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot. In the beginning, in 2019, when we started on that journey, like we were a bit passive. Like we were doing business development, we were going to the majors in the perfume and we were asking them what plants we should grow for them.
Yeah.
And but we've been doing this game not such a long time. 2019 is not crazy, but we've seen a lot of players. And now we know that in Madagascar, this very plant that, and I'm not going to state it because some people are here, that is in shortage. It cannot grow anymore in nature. So basically, the demand also for genetics is increasing because plant varieties decay. It just happens in nature. It's just like that. And so seeds manufacturer, they always provide new varieties, but in the cosmetics and perfume, it hasn't been addressed like this. Genetics in those industries is much more complex.
And we know, Madagascar vanilla has been a big problem, hasn't it? What about shrimps? Is it just shrimps, or is it? Can you stretch across? Can you grow more fruits, and can you breed more fish? Is this something that will develop out into a much bigger structural change?
Yes, I mean, we can grow other species. So, for example, we could grow sea bass or grouper in our system as well. But shrimp is a $50 billion industry. And so, we have easily 15 years of building out our shrimp platform. The other nice thing about shrimp is they have a very short grow out cycle, and they're very high value on a per kilogram basis. So as a model for indoor farming or controlled environment farming, because there is a high capital cost to what we do, shrimp is a really good model for producing protein in a system like that. I think the most interesting growth area, in addition to the shrimp, is the seaweed itself. So the seaweed that we grow, the sea grapes is the most potent superfood you can eat. It has cyphanoxanthin, which is the most potent antioxidant of any food, much more potent than beta-carotene. There's sesquiterpenoids, which are known to have anti-cancer properties. Plus, it's got omega-3s, it's got healthy proteins, and very digestible, et cetera. And I see a lot of potential there.
As an ingredient or as an end product?
As an end product. So, in Japan, it's a delicacy, particularly in Okinawan cuisine.
But seaweed is becoming, and algae and everything else is becoming sort of much more ubiquitous in all kinds of ways and as a lifestyle product.
Exactly, and I see a lot of potential with that product as well. Even though our economics are based purely on shrimp, we are working on developing that product and launching it into
So the sea grapes
US
are a
market.
byproduct rather than
they're part of our biofiltration.
It's shrimp economics.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Right. Okay. Question for Anne-Marie: do you get paid in some way for the reduction of carbon dioxide, carbon credits? Do you get any benefit from that?
It's something we do take into account in our commercial discussions and setting our price points with our customers. It's the environmental benefits that it brings in their value chain. And what we've seen is a positive response to that.
Yeah. Gilles, question for you. Jungle uses farming as a service, as a business model. Who has the real benefit at the end of the day? The lessee or the lessor? The franchisor or the franchisee?
It's not a franchise in any way. It's just a service. So we are building a farm. It's a one-off fee, and then we sign a long-term contract, which is billed every quarter. And there's a few services that is possible. So
the business model essentially is that you've sold your produce before you've made it. So you've got a customer order, and you fulfill it. Is that?
No, there's two things. In order to have the legitimacy to do farming as a service, you need to run a large-scale operation.
Yep.
So today we are in Château-Thierry and we're selling our greens and our flowers to people like Carrefour, like Intermarché, like Grand Frais in France in retail, and to Firmenich and to some other companies in the cosmetic industry. So we are selling kilograms of biomass. So this is not our business model. It's our large-scale proof of concept of what we're doing.
Okay.
But going forward, we believe that scaling of vertical farming is not going to be done by vertical farming companies. I mean, maybe in the States it's different, but here we don't believe it is going to be like that. So farming as a service enables large farming corporations to grow their own food in a different way. So it will be large corporations that want to secure the procurement of their plants, like people that grow leafy greens and aromatics, but also you're going to have large corporations that are not into growing leafy and aromatics that may be going to get in there to diversify their portfolio because winter is there. The lack of water, we talk a lot about energy these days, but the lack of water in the next 5 to 10 years is going to be a major problem in the agriculture. And at Jungle, we believe in the hybridation of agriculture. All major farmers, so we're talking large installation, will have their farm and a vertical farm in the same space. And you were talking about the limits of vertical farm. The limits today is not the agronomy, it's not the business development, it's not the market, because it's all there. It's the machine. And if you make a parallel to the solar power energy, in the beginning of the 2000s, you had a solar power panel that was very expensive, very inefficient, and consuming a lot. If you make the parallel with a vertical farm, at some point, there is a curve that is going to be crossed. And the efficacy is going to be much more important. The price, the capex of the equipment is going to go lower, and it's going to consume much less. So basically, if you apply that to a vertical farming machine, you're going to be able to grow much more things and address a much wider market. This is what we believe at Jungle.
Okay. Gilles, was there anything that you missed out on saying in your presentation that you wanted to say now quickly? Because we've run out of time, but I don't want you to not say something that
No, there is a funny thing. If you take L'Oréal, which is the biggest cosmetic company in the world, they spend 3% of their revenue in R&D and 35% in marketing. So it's a very strong case for vertical farming and for all people like us that do dirty work to have a space, because they're not going to increase their R&D. So we do the R&D, but they need real substance for marketing today. Because I heard a lot in these panels and since 2 days about that the retail people are making the market and are telling the customers what they should have. I don't think it's true. I think the customers is more and more well educated. They know what they need, and there is new needs. And what we do and what we create here with vertical farming really serves these purposes for customers as well, not only for the retailers. Yeah, that's how I would conclude.
Anne-Marie, any other?
But
and Cecile, I beg your pardon.
Maybe to bounce back on what you're saying with retailers, something we do at InnovaFeed, we're more of a B2B business. I mean, we sell to clients that are feed formulators, but we also work a lot with retailers because they have a massive leverage on the entire food chain and supply chain. And what we're seeing with the retailers is that they're very keen to get help on promoting more sustainable solutions on the shelf. And we've had very positive reception from them.
Yeah. But your main customers are meat companies, dairy companies?
There'll be feed formulators, so companies that do, for example, the feeding pellets for aquaculture or formulate pet food, etc. But the retailers have but the retailers have an enormous power in imposing what they want and what they want to see on the shelf for the consumers. And we've had very good response from them, and they help us a lot to get traction on the value chain as well. So we have also partnerships with companies like Auchan or Lidl in France, etc.
Yeah. John, last word to you. What else?
Yes. So one of the partnerships we would be interested to explore is that we can actually collect and concentrate the CO2 air that comes from our shrimp tanks. And I saw that CO2 is a cost for a number of vertical farms. One of the things that we would like is higher oxygenated air coming in. We would love to explore a partnership where we co-locate one of our facilities with the vertical farm, and we can exchange air. You get CO2, we get O2. It's all warmed up to a certain temperature, so we can both save on energy as well. So anyway, just wanted to put that out there.
Have you got space on your site to be able to do that?
Well, in our new site in the US, we could do something like that. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Gosh, I want to find out more, and we haven't got time. You must have a break. We've had a long session. I want to say thank you to Gilles and to Anne-Cécile and to John very much indeed. Thank you so much. We come back, please, at 11:30 for the final session, and then we've got workshops later on. And have a good break. Just allow people to gather seats. So for the final session, we are looking at growing vertically at home. And there are lots of companies trying to satisfy this market, but I could only bring 2 to this session. And I'm really delighted. Our first speaker worked in music, in hotels, in events, in construction, before creating La Grangette in France, where he's Chief Executive Officer. He's developed growing cabinets for home farms. Thibaut Pradier. Thibaut, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to be here with you. My main subject is home farming. With not, but slightly different markets and big different market actually. That's about vertical farming. We speak about home appliance industry. All right. So in La Grangette, we started 5 years ago, this idea that we had that one day in a close future, every kitchen will be equipped with some home farming appliance, like it was one day happening with the fridge, with the oven, or the washing machine. So basically, for us, it's just a question of time, when it's a good timing. And right now, this is this massive opportunity about home farming. We start about the same trends that we are talking with vertical farming. People, wanted to have fresh food at home to take care of themselves, of their health, and they want to be part of the environment security as well. And from these 2 major trends, we saw major home appliance manufacturers which are already selling products. So we don't speak about like a long future, about 5-10 years. No, it's already on. We see people like Miele selling home appliance in Germany, or LG, which are selling, how they call it, green lifestyle appliance in Korea. But it's not yet a mass market, still a confidential market. It started with small laptop, that you have on your table, that opened the way that you can make a food growth at home. But what we talk is a mass market, so how to come from this confidential to this smart market. With La Grangette, with our 4 years of R&D on understanding all the user experience that people want, we understand that you need these 3 pillars that are the appliance. But we are not an appliance company. The appliance distribution and manufacture has to be by the appliance industry. That is the case with LG, with Bosch, with Haier, which is going to be starting as well. So you have all these major, turnover of more than 100 billion each company, which are going on these markets. You need the consumables. La Grangette, we want to be the Nespresso of the home farming. So basically, what I call the consumable is the seed pods, the capsule that you will plug, in your home appliance. And you need the application. It has to be a lifestyle. It's like the Netflix of the fresh green, what we want to be in La Grangette. We are fast-tracking the market. We are going to meet, since the beginning of this year, we met all basically the major home appliance company worldwide. And we're fasting the track with an industrial partner that we are. We are not really a startup at all, actually. We are an industrial company in France in different fields, like wood energy or material of construction. We have more than 12 factories in France, and this is a diversification for us to go at the international level. We developed in the last 4 years these 3 pillars, which are the plant science. We modelized more than 50 plants already. When I say modelized, we took more than 1 million data points per plant. We have the growth of the plants, which can help the user to have prediction. We work on the engineering side with our partner, which are the people we make the Nespresso coffee for Nestlé. So we built some different type of prototypes to understand how it works. And we have all the aspects of the user experience that we developed. We are bringing to our partners some market acclaim. So we've been marketing this new market through Europe since 1 year. We've been touring in Europe, having a lot of media acclaim, industry, acclaim as well. Our product will be in a like Hollywood movie next year with Emilia Clarke, and basically, people want the product. European Parliament want to show our home farming device next week during the Innovation Week in Brussels. So we are basically uplifting these new markets, and we are bringing to our partner concrete assets. 5 concrete assets, which are cloud analysis, portfolio of plants, technology. Basically, we give our technology to our partner, and we have a network, full network for them, and we bring all the application, all the user experience to make easily everyday life for them. Just show you some example of what we call home farming for this next few years coming, for design integrated in the kitchen. We've been working with Pininfarina as a main designer worldwide, but as well with Lissoni in Milano. And basically all the designers want to make their own home farming appliance for this industry. So you can have a good example right now. We are complementary. We don't say that we're going to change the world, not at all. But we think that every type of agriculture has to live together. Traditional, organic, vertical, home farming, we are all pieces that make this needed. We know we are from a product which is needed for the human, so we know about that. So we add all our value together. We don't compare. We don't say we are the better than this one or this one, but we add the value all together, and I think it's great to be able to be here today, and all the work that you did with the manifesto as well, and that's brilliant, and we are delighted to be able to show you this new market. Lagranget, as I told you, we are not going to build some home appliance. This is not our job. We are not going to do after sale, in Japan, Brazil, or in the US. Home appliance company, this is our job. So what we bring to them is the capsule. Basically, we're going to start our first plant next year for Europe market. This is a pilot plant, and our partner wants, to have the capsule worldwide with every market, because, there are people like LG, like Bosch, so you need to sell everywhere in the world. So basically, our ambition is to be the worldwide leader of the capsule for the home farming. Then, as I told you, the Nespresso of the vertical farming for the home. Sometimes I'm surprised, that say, vertical farming, this is for the supermarket, for the retail. Of course it is, but we have to think wide and not to think only in one market. And we are a little bit, we always explain what is vertical farming to our partner, and we are a little niche inside the home farming. But this is happening. This is not dream, this is not movie. This is happening already, and you will see in 5 years' times, in like half of the kitchen in the world, some home appliance making leafy greens growing. I heard yesterday that people say that they don't believe in this new market, and they gave an example, which is basically, if you want to go in a good movie, you go to cinema. Well, we have Netflix, things are changing. Now, if you want to have a good movie, you look at Netflix at home. We have the Netflix of the home farming, So you can use, of course, good salad in the supermarkets where you're going to buy them, but you can grow it at home in a complementary way as well. Thank you very much.
The Netflix of farming. That's an interesting concept. Our second speaker is online in Canada. He's the founder and president of ZipGrow, which won an award last night, so congratulations to them. Is it possible that every home should have one? Let's turn now to the founder and president of ZipGrow, Eric Lang.
Hello, I'm Eric Lang, president of ZipGrow Inc., and I'm pleased to present to you the ZipGrow Zip Garden. As the company with the most installed commercial indoor vertical farms throughout the world, we felt challenged to develop a simple yet aesthetic growing system that the average busy family could, and most importantly, would use to have access to fresh produce year-round. A system that would not require the customer be a green thumb, quote unquote, or understand all the science behind hydroponics. Now, we all know the agricultural problem. It takes an average of 16 days for produce to consumed after harvest. A third of all produce is wasted simply by spoilage alone. Produce in North America travels an average of 1,682 miles to get from farm to the consumer. And yet, produce experiences a 6% reduction in nutrition in the first 10 days after harvest, typically, which is after consumers purchase the product. Now, we've all seen too many pictures like this recently, pictures of the world's most vital water reservoirs becoming all too familiar dry and drying up. And consumers are more frequently facing food insecurities with store shelves with limited produce, or worse, produce with health-related recalls, which are consistently more frequent. At ZipGrow, we grow farmers. Our tower technologies have been used in commercial farms worldwide for almost a decade. They are a proven hydroponic method for performance and consistency of healthy crops with up to 95% less water consumption than traditional farming methods. Local food doesn't get any more local than homegrown 365 days a year, which is why home hydroponic growing is experiencing such a boom. One of the biggest challenges for hobbyists starting out in hydroponic growing is just where to start. The other obstacle for many is finding room to grow indoors, especially if you live in a small apartment, high-rise, or condo. Now, the Zip Garden was developed in-house at ZipGrow after years of inspiration from our customers who are continually tinkering with and beautifying their farm walls. At the request of our customers and with their inspiration, we needed to design a system that takes away the need to mix and measure nutrients and the mess of gardening indoors, and to remove the need to be an agronomist simply to grow their own fresh vegetables in their homes. The recent pandemic and global crisis has escalated demands not only for food security, but also for mental well-being. The Zip Garden is living furniture. It's furniture that brings outdoors in while providing nutritious fresh vegetables to your grow space. A green wall that you eat. It is simple. With the Zip Garden, we have simplified the process as much as possible and tried to think of every pain point for the customer. The Zip Garden comes with complete details on how to add nutrients, fill your reservoir, set the timers for lighting and dosing, and even comes with a complete aeration system. The nutrient packs are pre-measured in compostable packs for your reservoir. Simply add and stir. The seedling kit is even built right into your Zip Garden. Like all ZipGrow systems, the patented and lightweight ZipGrow Tower is the core component of the operation. And they are the same technology actually that we use in many of the world's greenhouses, container farms, and indoor vertical warehouse farms. The ZipGrow Tower simplifies planting, growing, and harvesting. Zip the seedlings in and watch them grow. It supports growers who want low maintenance and efficiency, but also want something sleek and simple that will harmonize with their surroundings. Small footprint, big production. It can harvest the equivalent of a 10 square meter garden in the convenience of your home. But this does this year round. And so compared to 1 or maybe 2 harvests, depending on your climate, with a Zip garden, you can harvest 10 to 12 harvests per year right in your own kitchen. How does it work? The base of the Zip garden houses a small 30-liter reservoir which contains all the nutrients and water essential for your plants. It has a quiet submersible pump which circulates the nutrient solution to the top of the garden, letting the gravity distribute the mixture down to the plant's roots. And then it starts all over again. It requires very little maintenance and minimal supplies without the mess of soil or backbending weeding. What can you grow? This slide should be more what can't you grow. The Zip garden enables you to grow a healthy source of fresh leafy greens, herbs, fruiting plants, and no matter your climate. We recommend, of course, starting with leafy greens and herbs until you gain confidence before exploring more adventurous crops like decoratives. There's a couple real-world examples of some of our customers and what they've done in their own homes and produce they're growing for their own families. The Zip garden comes as a complete, easy-to-assemble kit with lighting, pumps, timers, mini seedling station, aeration system. It also is suitable for offices, schools, and education centers. In fact, it's so simple, even kindergarten students can grow with it, and they do. This is a recent photo sent in from a local school, which has developed a complete STEM curriculum around their Zip garden in their own classroom. So in closing, with the Zip garden, the future is fresh. Our hope is that one day in the not so distant future, home hydroponic systems like the Zip garden will be as commonplace in the kitchen as your refrigerator.
There we are. Thibaut, if you'd like to come and join me, I hope we can get Eric online. I don't know, have we achieved that? We have. Thibaut. Great. Eric, thank you very much. Can you hear us?
I can. Very early good morning from Canada.
It's a very early morning for you, I guess. I'm not sure how. Great. So is that multiple units here or there? It's here, is it? So we're okay now, are we? Right, Eric, thank you very much for that presentation. You're joined by Thibaut from La Grangette in France. And I'd like to ask you, there was some skepticism yesterday about... Sorry, you're not getting us, Eric? Are you not hearing us? Oh.
No, I can just hear a very large echo, and that's it. I apologize for that. I'm at my office, so it should be good service here.
We're hearing you, so that's good. Okay, Eric, hold on, we're trying. Okay, all right, okay. Well, I'm going to ask you, Thibaut, just tell us about, I'm a consumer, what are my options? Is it 100 euros, 500 euros? What are my costs? What's the model?
As a consumer, you know, the model is when you think to have a new kitchen, you know, today you will be thinking to having a fridge in your kitchen will cost, you know, about, depending 500, 1,500 euro or more, you know. It's like you know, the price is not, the issue. You have to have different targets, different price. It's like a watch, you know. the watch is giving the time. It costs 100 or 10,000 euros. It will still giving the price. So you have different target, different option as a final user. You can have today what you can find is a target price from LG, which is $1,200 US dollar, and it's a lifestyle.
So for $100 or $200, I can get a unit.
1,200.
1,200. Okay.
1,200. Right now in Korea, you have a unit with 2 shelves.
Yeah.
Basically growing more than 34 plants in the same times.
Okay.
So yeah.
And that would be suitable for a family of 4 or.
This will be what we think is like 1 shelf, 1 person, basically.
Okay.
The shelf is like the size of a oven shelf.
Yeah.
That's to think about it.
Okay.
So yeah, depending of how many you are at home, if you are alone, you need 1 shelf, 1 oven size. So it's like equipment in the kitchen.
So it's quite expensive. What's the sort of footprint?
The oven.
Okay,
oven
so it's
size.
an oven size. So
oven size. At the oven
so
you
60 centimeters by 60 centimeters.
It has to be like a regulation that inside the kitchen. We met all the kitchen builders, to understand what is a good size.
Yeah.
So it has to be, there are standards for kitchen. So you are in the standard of a home appliance manufacturer.
Okay, and one of the questions I was going to ask is it something that kitchen designers will start incorporating into their kitchen designs?
Yeah, of course, already started. That's why we met them since the last year. We met all the design kitchen architect, designer, kitchen manufacturer, Bofi, Built-Up, just examples.
So we will see in the kitchen design websites and portfolios images where the modern kitchen has growing plants visually seen and part of the design.
Yeah, between 2 and 3 years, so it's tomorrow, It's tomorrow. Yeah,
okay.
It's reality, It's not about we think about that or it's a vision. No, it's reality right now.
Yeah. Eric, are you able to hear us okay now without feedback and problems?
I am right now. Hopefully it holds.
Great, it's working. It really is working. We may get some questions from the audience. I've got a couple now. But Eric, can you just talk about your business model? I asked Thibaut about his costs, and he said it was 1,200 euros for a basic 2-shelf, 60 centimeters square unit. Presumably there are some energy costs, but not great energy costs.
A fridge.
Yeah, okay. So, Eric, what's your business model? Are you very affordable, very accessible, or are you premium in the early stages?
No, we've been providing in-home and hobby systems actually for up to 10 years with some more affordable models. Some of the more affordable ones required some more labor and effort, as well as more information to be able to grow. And aesthetically, weren't quite as pretty. This latest one is less affordable, but much easier to use and much nicer looking product, so that it can actually, it's not just gardening, quote unquote, it's now, as mentioned, it's now more of an appliance and something that looks good.
But you showed us a very elegant, tall model which has quite a bit of capacity. What as a customer, what am I expecting? Am I renting it? Am I buying it? Am I servicing it? What's the
You're purchasing it. Current prices are roughly around 1,200 Canadian, so a little less than that is euros. We are bringing that down with volume now. This was our first run. This is a new product for us, so we are bringing that down quite a bit. I'd like to end up less than 1,000. However, we do have, again, other systems which are less appealing, but are considerably cheaper. But this is our newest version, and we've only released it this year.
Right. And do you, either of you, have any idea of how many of these home vertical farms there are in the world at the moment? Is it more than 50,000? Is it more than 20,000? Or is it less than that? Thibaut, do you have any idea?
Honestly, no, I don't have any idea. As I told you, we are not the manufacturer, and we will not be the manufacturer.
Yeah.
Our partner are the home appliance industry. What I know is like people from LG, they start to sell it in Korea since last November. So it's recent,
Yes,
just
yes.
And it's a big success in North Korea. So now, basically, their plan is in the next 2 years to be worldwide with this kind of product. And when they go worldwide with big...
But do you have an idea? I don't know how many you have installed of your model in France, or maybe it's international already?
Our model, we don't have a model, you know.
No.
We don't produce model, we don't, but what we produce is the capsule for our partners.
Yeah.
And basically, they speak about in million units, you know.
Millions of units?
Yeah, LG, you know, when they deploy such,
yeah.
They build the first company LG.
Millions of plants, but not millions
of units.
Millions of machines
in the
homes.
future, for the
yes,
close
absolutely,
future.
absolutely.
You know,
but
when
I'm
LG go in a market, you know, they don't go in a market.
No, I realize, but I'm thinking of today. So, but
today is I don't know. It's confidential. You know, it's very confidential.
Is it? Do you think it's in the tens of thousands or in the thousands?
No idea, to be honest with you today.
Do you have any sort of assessment of the scale of this sector, Eric?
Well, yeah, if you consider, and this is just one type of unit, this one that you've just seen of ours, like I mentioned, we do manufacture and we have 4 or 5 different other units that are in-home systems. There is definitely, tens of thousands for certain. We've been shipping some of our systems, 5 to 10 a week for many years around the world. And besides our systems, there's little tabletop systems, etc. There are definitely millions of users out there, probably in the next year or so.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions from the audience. First one is, what is the most efficient economic vertical farm design? Is it the 2-plane sunlit wedge, the illuminated shelves, or sunlit aeroponic pineapple towers? So what works best? Is it sort of anything goes, or you had the towers, Eric?
Yeah, we have a hydroponic and non-aeroponic. A hydroponic tower, not the pineapple ones. We, of course, are definitely the most efficient there in every one of our farms, from hobbyist to commercial large warehouse farms.
Okay. Preferred.
Yeah, I think I think the technology is very simple, very straightforward. Actually, it's more complicated to make a fridge than a home farming appliance, to be honest. So for us, it's hydroponic, ebb and flow, very easy, blades, control of temperature. Yeah. It's more the usage that you're going to do with it than the technology inside it, to be honest.
Yeah. And what happens when people go on holidays or the end of school term or something like that? Can you just switch it off? What are the biggest problems for consumers? Is it keeping it clean? Is it bugs? Is it getting something wrong? What?
Well, just for the example of holiday, we did a mode, with our partner, a holiday mode. So it will inform you 3 weeks before you leave your holiday that you don't have to put more plants because, or before you leave, you have to put plants. So when you come back from holiday,
yeah.
So we have.
So you can go away for 2 weeks and it'll still be working and.
Yeah, sure. It's all very self-sufficient. It's nothing to do, and the maintenance is so easy. It's no issue. Just enjoy it. It's really cool. Really cool.
Thoughts on that, Eric?
Yeah, it's very similar. One of the reasons we developed this particular model was for that. With a larger reservoir that you can leave for up to 2 weeks, it just keeps running. Everything that we do in ours is completely automated. The timer, aeration, etc. It's literally plug and walk away. The only thing you're doing at that time is either harvesting what you're eating or replanting new plugs. So if you are on holidays, might have a little bit of an overgrown farm when you get back, but that's good. You get to harvest that first day you get back and get back to the work that you're on there.
Yeah. Next question is, what would you say is the main barrier to getting most households to adopt an in-home farming unit? Eric, what's the biggest obstacle you've got to overcome? Is it just lack of awareness, or is it worry about space, or is it cost?
I think that's the reason we developed this particular model. I think that one of the biggest barriers was always concern and fear of, how do I do this? I'm not a green thumb, I don't know how to grow. And many of the past models, right, used to have to, test your water, understand your nutrient levels, be able to adjust your pH levels, etc. Which is why we developed this system. It's literally you take your nutrient packets, you pour them in your water, you stir, and just the knowledge level and the concern of, can I do it?
Barriers for you?
The barriers for us is to find the consumables in every supermarket. It has to be something that is in everyday life. Basically, you go to do your shopping, you get your milk, you get your coffee, you get your pots for your home farming device. Once you have all the supermarkets, ready to have...
But at the moment you send it online, do you?
No, at the moment we don't sell, anything. We started 4 years ago and R&D since last 4 years.
Okay.
And basically now in 2 next year.
So the task is to get everything into supermarkets?
Yeah, that has to be confidential on a website from one, or the other.
Right, okay. But do you have a subscription service, Eric, where you do it direct to consumer?
Yes, we do. So we sell them as a monthly pack, which will include your seeds, include your nutrients, and include your plugs. Or you can buy them for the year, what have you. We also send our first model out with up to 3 months of all the consumables you need, and then you simply can do a monthly subscription, or you can order them individually, 1 month, 3 months, etc.
Okay. And presumably, Eric, I don't want to have 40 lettuces all ready at the same time. I'm rotating it, and so I'm putting something in every couple of days or every week and having a variety of things.
That's exactly right. If you're going to only grow one crop of lettuce, and then that's what everyone talks about. However, we of course suggest, because the tower system, they're individual plugs, you could have up to 10, 12 crops of different varieties all growing at the same time, or you could stage them and simply, plant however many heads you want per week. Our growing cycle is typically 4 weeks, depending on which varieties you're growing, up to 6 if it's longer. But then you just schedule them out, and that's why, again, our seeding area is built in, so you plant your seeds up to 1-2 weeks prior to putting them in your towers, and you can schedule that out as you need and how you're going to harvest.
Okay. So the next question from the audience is, for both guests, what's the expected OPEX in terms of both raw material, capsules, and energy costs? So I'm spending 1,200 Canadian or 1,200 euros for the machine. I'm doing it for lifestyle reasons and quality reasons rather than for cost-saving reasons. But am I actually paying an equivalent cost in energy and raw materials to the finished product from a supermarket, or am I actually saving money? Thibaut.
No, the idea will not to save money, to be honest. The idea is, with our solution, is to make more food available, on the planet,
Yeah.
a little bit,
Yeah.
And we think the cost has to be not double or twice the price that you can find in supermarkets, has to be reasonable as well. So we think 20%, 30%.
So it's a premium price?
Yeah, like organic, food that you will find.
Yeah.
So we are the same level that on the organic food. And
So I really have to get the message personally in my own way of living to want to do this, because it's going to take me effort. I'm going to get a reward because I'm contributing something and I'm growing something good, but I'm not saving money.
We want to be effortless, definitely effortless for you as a user. So it's going to be effortless, You are not going to save money. It's not the aim,
Yeah.
So, but you are part of taking care of yourself, because it is, of course, fresh. Like, it's organic, you want to have premium.
And the whole thing about cuisine is to make it easy, but to make the consumer feel that they're contributing something as well. Eric, what do I pay for a plug or whatever you call it?
You're not going to save money necessarily for sure in the capital. On the OPEX, you're absolutely saving money. You're literally at $9.99 a month for all your consumables that you would require.
So $9.99 a month will buy me 20 plants?
It'll buy you seeds, plugs, and nutrients for your month.
Okay, seeds plus nutrients, okay.
So it'll buy everything you need. Your actual OPEX in this, the electricity output, is literally the same as 2 60-watt light bulbs. It's really negligible. And again, what we do, of course, if looking for an ROI, then take a look at our commercial products, because that is meant to be a business and ROI. This is meant more to have the efficiency, the plants right in your own home, the ability to, for example, what
Well, we're at a very early stage of all this. I'm going to ask all of you what you think is the prospects for home vertical farming. So I don't know quite what question to ask you, but I think that you either believe it's going to be a significant growth opportunity for vertical farms, or you might think that it's not an idea that's going to fly. So I'm going to ask you, do you think this idea will fly, or do you think it will not fly? And you may have considered it yourselves, and you may be going into it, but I just don't know the scale. I think that the idea of families growing stuff in their home is a good idea, but at the moment it seems expensive, but I'm sure that it will be something that can be of consequence. But what do you think? So those of you who think it's going to be a real success, put your hands up. 2 hands here, and one from Eric, okay. And those of you who don't really. Okay, so that's very interesting. So there are a lot of very non-committal people in the room, but there are quite a few of you who are quite optimistic about it. That's all I can say. Yeah, please, go on. Yeah. Shout, please. Oh, we've got a microphone for you. Just,
yes, thank you very much. Is there any research done clearly as your setup products, I can say, is not taking direct sun, vis-a-vis of the normal products in the market as a farming? It's extremely important.
Interesting. Are you compromised by daylight or in help
yes,
by
what's
daylight?
the vitamin? It's very important for the health of the kids or for us, our families, to use.
Okay.
To have the daylight, you mean?
Yeah.
As it's not taking the sun directly, growing up the fruits, vegetables, etc.
No.
Is it the same vitamin for us?
Actually, one of the recommendations of LG in their products is not to get the light straight, from the sunlight from the exterior inside the product.
Yeah.
It has, we have LED and it's.
So you're not dependent on light. Are you avoiding light?
We are avoiding light.
Okay. And Eric, daylight?
So there have been a lot of research done on this, and again, because we are not only making this product, we're doing commercial indoor farms, and that is definitely the way of the future, which typically are using LED lights. There's been a lot of research as far as whether or not, I think the question is whether or not there's a lack of nutrients or lack of vitamins, and the answer is actually the opposite, because you can literally give the plant exactly what it needs, instead of relying on whatever the place you're living in or the nutrients that you have. You can give it exactly what you need and tone it in and dial it in to be actually more healthy, to be honest.
So daylight doesn't get in the way? No, okay. I'm going to close it there because we've run out of time, and I'm very, very grateful. Eric, thanks so much for joining us under complicated circumstances, and Thibaut, thank you also, and good luck with developing this and making it more affordable and more accessible and more widespread. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we now break for lunch, and for those of you that are staying, we'll have some round tables in here at 1:15, and we will work on the subjects that you want to talk about, and so we'll do it very informally, gather you around tables with other people who want to talk about the same things, and who you may not have met, you may have decided that you want to have a discussion about, but let's see whether we can do some good and develop some ideas on any of the topics that are of consequence to you. Lunch is in the library as yesterday. Come back at 1:15. Thanks very much. Oh, there's one other thing I would say, because some of you will not be here, and that is to thank our technical team and to thank my colleagues, Francesca and the others, for their support. And safe journeys home for those of you going back. Do beware, the metro system apparently is on strike today, so allow a little extra time for your return journeys. And thanks all for coming. We haven't got plans for where we should be this time next year. We are looking to doing something in Abu Dhabi from the 12th to the 14th of December. We're looking to Washington in April next year, and Singapore is another place that we feel that we ought to be trying to gather an industry group at some stage during the course of next year. And your guidance, please do feed back to us, your guidance on what you would like us to be doing with you and for you would be much appreciated. So all contributions welcome. Thanks all, and thanks to our speakers, because there's been such good content and such good discussion. Thanks all very much.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, till I'm alone at night. I love you, baby, trust in me when to say. I'll speak a little louder, I'll even shout. You know that I'm proud and I can't get the words out. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Wanna be with you everywhere. Something's happening to me. My friends say I'm acting peculiarly. So come on, baby, we better make a start. You better make it soon before you break my heart. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. Oh, come along, baby, we better make a start. You better make it soon before you break my heart. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. I wanna be with you everywhere. I wanna be with you everywhere. Watching in slow motion in my foolish lover's game. In this endless motion, finally, lovers know no shame. Turning and returning to some secret place inside. Watching in slow motion as you turn to me and say, take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Watching, I keep waiting, still anticipating love. Never hesitating to become the faded ones. Turning and returning to some secret place inside. Watching in slow motion as you turn to me and say, take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Through the hourglass I saw you, and time just slipped away. When the mirror crashed, I called you and turned to hear you my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away.
Come on, baby, dry your eyes, wipe your tears. I never like to see you cry. Won't you please forgive me?
I would've never tried to hurt you. I just needed someone to hold me, to feel the void while you were gone, to feel the space of emptiness. I'm only human, a flesh and blood are me. Human, born to make mistakes. So many nights I long to hold you. So many times I looked and saw your face. Nothing could change the way I feel. No one else could ever take your place. I'm only human, a flesh and blood of me. Human, born to make mistakes. The tears I cry aren't tears of pain. They're only to hide my guilt and shame. I forgive you. Now I ask the same of you. While we were apart, I was human too. I'm only human, a flesh and blood of me. Human, born to make mistakes. Here I go out to sea again. The sunshine fills my hair, and dreams hang in the air. Ghosts in the sky and in my blue eyes. You know it feels unfair. There's magic anywhere. Look at me standing there on my own again, abstract in the sunshine. No need to run and hide. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. No need to love or cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. seem to hate you because you're there. And I need a friend. Oh, I need a friend to make me happy. Now stand here on my own. Look at me standing here on my own again. Up straight in the sunshine. No need to run and hide. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. No need to laugh or cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. Oh, I need a friend. Oh, I need a friend. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Lied. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Beat. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Auf Seite 12, da steht mein Horoskop. Heute treffe ich sie bei Neonlicht und Stroboskop. Bin nicht der Typ, der so auf Disco steht, aber heute mach ich das, was mir Frau Rogers rät. Und dann geh ich rein in dieses Etablissement. Sie stand direkt vor mir und das wusste ich schon. Oh Mann, wie stell ich mir jetzt bloß am besten vor? Verdammt, es ist so laut hier und ich schreie ins Ohr. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Lied. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Beat. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Verschwitze Menschenmassen reckeln sich und mich. Steig über Scherben, du, ich suche nur dich. Ich kann nicht erkennen, in meine Augen brennt der Rauch wie eine Marie-Erscheinung. Tauchst du plötzlich auf, deine Haare fliegen im Kreis, du hast die Augen zu. Ich brauch keinen Beweis mehr, die Richtige bist du. Komm, tanz, genau, ich will dich tanzen sehen. Marie, mein Mädchen, du bist wunderschön. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Lied. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Beat. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Lied. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Beat. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Zu viel Flower Power, unbetrunkener Humor. Die ganze Zeit renn ich dir nach und jetzt klebst du mir am Ohr. Du nimmst meine Hand, willst endlich mit mir tanzen gehen. Doch Marie, es tut mir leid, ich kann kaum noch stehen.
You
what are you saying? Said there's another. Look right in my eyes. My first love broke my heart for the first time, and I was like, baby, 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 ooh, like, baby, 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 ooh, baby, 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 ooh. Thought you'd always be mine. For you, I would have done whatever, and I just can't believe we ain't together. And I wanna play it cool, but I'm losing you. I'll buy you anything, I'll buy you any ring. And I'm in pieces, baby, fix me. And just shake me till you wake me from these bad dreams. I'm going down, down, down. And I just can't believe my first love won't be around. I'm like, baby, 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 ooh, like, baby, 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 no. Baby, 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 ooh, thought you'd always be mine. Baby, 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 ooh, like, baby, 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 no. Like, baby, 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 ooh, thought you'd always be mine, mine. Baby, 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 ooh, baby, 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 no. Baby, 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 ooh, thought you'd always be mine, mine. Baby, now I'm all gone. Now I'm all gone. No, I'm all gone. Jam it. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. Ain't no rules, ain't no law, we can do it anyhow. 'Cause I will see you through. 'Cause every day we pay the price with a little sacrifice. Jamming till the jam is through. We're jamming. To think that jamming was the thing of the best. We're jamming. And I hope this jam is gonna last. No bull can stop us now. We neither beg, no, we won't bow. Neither can be but no sword. We all defend the right. Judge our children must unite. Your life is worth much more than gold. We're jamming, jamming, jamming. We're jamming in the name of the Lord. We're jamming, jamming, jamming. We're jamming right straight from your holy Mount Zion. Holy Mount Zion. Just seated in Mount Zion. Arrows of creation. Jamming, jamming what you want. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, jamming, jamming. I hope you're jamming too. It jumps above my pride. Truth I cannot hide. To keep you satisfied. True love that now exists is the love I can resist. Jump by my
you find a sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down to take a look at me. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I gotta know if your sweet love is gonna save me. We may lose and we may win, though we'll never be here again. So open up and climb in, so take it easy. When I'm riding down the road, try to loosen my load, got a world of trouble on my mind. Looking for a lover who won't blow my cover. She is so hard to find. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels make you crazy. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I gotta know if your sweet love is gonna save me. Between the eyes of love, I call your name. Behind those guarded walls, I used to go. Upon a summer wind, there's a certain melody takes me back to the place that I know. On the beach, down on the beach, down on the beach. The secrets of the summer I will keep. The sun of time will blow a mystery. No one but you and I underneath that moonlit sky. Take me back to the place that I know. On the beach. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Down on the beach. Yeah, yeah, forever in my dreams, my heart will be hanging on to these sweet memories. A day of strange desire, a night that burned like fire. Take me back to the place that I know. Same one I've had for years. James Brown on the Tammy Show. Same tape I've had for years. I sit in my old car. Same one I've had for years. Old batteries running down. It ran for years and years. Turn on the radio. The static hurts my eyes. Tell me where I should go. I've been out in years. Turn on the stereo. It's played for years and years. I know this Reddit song. It's all I own. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. Plug in my MCF to exercise my brain. Make records on my own, can't go out in the rain. Pick up the telephone, I've listened here for years. No one to talk to me, I've listened here for years. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When I feel lonely here, don't waste my time with tears. I run deep throat again, it ran for years and years. I don't like the food I eat, the cans are running out. Same food for years and years, I eat the food I eat. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. Turn on my VCR, same one I've had for years. James Brown on the Tammy Show. Same tape I've had for years. Two people living on the edge of life. Are people running out of dreams and time? I can hear it when you tell me so. I can feel it, but I can't let go. Two people gotta stick together and love.
If you want me to stay, I'll be around today. Be available for you to see. I'm about to go, and then you know, for me to stay there, I got to be me. You'll never be in doubt. That's what it's all about. You can take me for granted and smile. Count the days that I'm gone. Forget reaching me by phone. I promise I'll be gone for a while. And when you see me again, I hope that you have been the kind of person that you really are now. You got to get it straight. How could I ever be late? You're my woman, taking up my time. How could I ever allow? I guess I wonder how I could get out of pocket for fun. When you know that you're never number two, number one's gonna be number one. No, I'll be good. I wish I could. I get this message over to you now. When you see me again, I hope that you have been the kind of person that you really are now. I'll be good. I wish I could. I get this message over to you now, now.
Golden, golden, golden as I open my eyes. Hold it, focus, hoping, take me back to the light. I know you were way too bright for me. I'm hopeless, broken. So you wait for me in the sky. Browns my skin just right. You're so golden. You're so golden. I'm out of my head and I know that you're scared, 'cause hearts get broken. I don't wanna be alone. I don't wanna be alone. When it ends, don't wanna let you know that I don't wanna be alone. But I can feel it take a hold. I can feel you take control of who I am and all I've ever known. Loving you's the antidote. golden. You're so golden. I don't wanna be alone. You're so golden. You're so golden. You're so golden. And I'm out of my head, and I know that you're scared because hearts get broken. I know that you're scared because I'm so open. You're so golden. I don't wanna be alone. You're so golden. You're so golden. You're so golden. And I'm out of my head, and I know that you're scared.
get too high and faded off this love. You don't need a lonely night, baby, I can make it right. You just got to let me try to give you what you want. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming. Feel it coming, oh I feel it coming. I feel it coming, oh I feel it coming. Come on and go with me. Come on over to my place. Come on and go with me. Come on over to my place. I don't feel like being lonely tonight. You see, I want some company. And you look like you're just my type. See, you're the kind whose spirits are running free. Let's take a sip of cocoa wine and dance to the music nice and slow. You won't be under any kind of pressure. You see, we'll just let the evening flow. Come on and go with me. Come on over to my place. Come on and go with me. Come on over to my place. You look like you're just bored to death and you wanna get away. You wanna get away from this noise and the crowd. Let's go where it's nice and quiet, where there's nobody else around. Let's sit by a cozy lit fire, and we can be in each other's company. Now how does that sound to you? You see, 'cause it sounds so good, it sounds so damn good to me. Come on and go with me. Come on over to my place. Come on and go with me. Come on over to my place. See my car's right outside. We can leave right now that its view are ready to Love hurts, love scars, love wounds, and marks any heart, not tough or strong enough to take a lot of pain, take a lot of pain. Love is like a cloud, holds a lot of rain. Love hurts. Love hurts. I'm young, I know, but even so, know one thing or two I've learned from you. I really learn a lot. Love is like a flame in the It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. Hot air balloon going up to space. With the air like I don't care. Baby, by the way, because I'm happy, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. 'Cause I'm happy, clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness means to you. 'Cause I'm happy, clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here comes bad news, talking this and that. Give me all you got, don't hold it back. I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Because I'm happy, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. 'Cause I'm happy, clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness means to you. Because I'm happy, clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can nothing bring me down. My love is too high. Bring me down, can nothing bring me down. My love is too high. 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 Too high. Too high. 'Cause I'm happy. Happy. Clap along. Love is too high. Love is too high. 'Cause love is too high. Love is too high. Coming out and dance if you get the chance. We're gonna speed on a roll. All gonna be a big